Hello everyone. Sound check, sound check. Do you hear me? Sounds good, thank you. Yeah. Right, welcome everyone for today's stream and event. So I don't know if you missed yesterday's little siege event, but it was pretty epic and extremely fun. I was participating in the middle of the siege, and I was getting some footage, was recording. We'll be live. Thank you very much for the subscription, and shooting you. Thank you also for the subscription. I appreciate it. So yeah, had a lot of fun. I have to say I haven't had that much fun in, I don't remember when. It was many years ago, and I only get that kind of excitement in a few MMO games in my entire life, and getting a taste of that yesterday was just awesome. So yeah, really fun, and we're trying to set up something similar today. We have another keep location, so new scenery, and anyone that have the game are free to participate by going to the PTR beta branch via Steam and just log in. And we have GMs that are assisting us by teleporting us to the location, assisting with gear and NPCs and so on. So it's gonna be, you know, you can go straight to the event pretty much. SnapPad, thank you for Prime, appreciate it. Got a hype train going, So the thing is, I mean jams. So the thing is, I've been in all MMO communities since 96 Ultima Line, and I can tell that our communities, you know, by far not the worst and bad community. All MMO games have all kind of people, right? That's just the nature of how things are, and there's always going to be a few rotten people, a few craziness people, you know, and then all kind of people, and throughout the entire spectrum, right? And I have to say that I'm extremely happy and proud that we have a lot of passionate players that really care about the project, been following it for a long time. Many of them have not been following it as long as our veterans, but they still, you know, enjoy this unique opportunity, and they also, you know, have got a good taste of what you can experience in our game and on our forums and so on. And yeah, like I said, there's a handful of people that sounds like lunatics, want to be rude, but you have a few of those, 1,000 of those in any MMO game. So I think what's important is that we have something that many other communities doesn't have, and that is a really solid group of people that, like I said, is really cool, really chill, care about the game, and also care about other players and like to socialize, recruit, and just have a lot of fun in the game in different ways. And that's something I've been missing in a lot of other MMO communities. They're just like, almost like an NPC. They don't care, they just run through their quest and don't give a shit about anyone or anything, and don't communicate or interact or anything. Our game is so much about player interaction, and when you have that core of players that really make that exciting, interesting, and cool, and a unique experience every day, that makes this game just even more exciting than all other MMO games. So yeah, you know, don't be afraid if you see one of those 5 people that are extremely verbal on different forums, yelling and screaming and hating on everything. And what's ironic is that almost half of those people love the game and play it daily, so it doesn't make sense. But it's like I said, there's always going to be those crazy nutcases and all the random stuff, right? It's just something we have to, you know, accept and ignore when it's too much, right? Like when PP stops to have a quick conversation and then continues. Yeah, I mean, like everything like that, right? It's such a refreshing experience on a daily basis. You never know what you're gonna get. Sometimes it's gonna be ugly, it's gonna be rough, but sometimes it's gonna be hell of a unique experience that you won't get anywhere else. So yeah, it's, you know, you get the whole package. I don't like the game, so I just don't play. That's one take on it, right? Right? That would be more natural not to play if you don't like it and hate on it, right? But like I said, there's a handful of people that love to express hate and trash talking, and then they spend a few thousand hours in the game. What the hell does that tell you? It's, yeah. Henrik, you and your team are doing a fantastic job. I can't wait to sink my teeth into the TC patch. Thank you very much. And yeah, I think TC is a really exciting type of content, finally getting into the game. It's been a long wait, but I think it's very much worth it. We refined a lot of the system, expanded a lot of the system from the first game. And yeah, you know the story. We had to put everything on pause long time ago when we actually planned to work on the final steps, but we had to do that quite late. But we are finally there, guys. We're getting there. Hello, Henrik. Good afternoon. Hello, Skynal. Hello, Skariri. Skariri. Watch the stream because I love the first game, so I watched the stream to see if the game will improve in a way that I enjoy. I mean, if you'll enjoy the first game, there's a very, very high chance that you enjoy Mortal Kombat 2, because without a doubt, it's tenfold improved in every single category. There is this old nostalgic feeling, right, when Mortal Kombat 1 started, which was, you know, magic in its own way. But technology-wise, core function-wise, stability-wise, new player-friendly experience, all of that was, the network was, you know, hurting. It, you know, we tried to do something that never been done before, and it was an extreme challenge. And we pushed through, managed to go, you know, move forward over the years, but it was a long journey and challenge. Mortal Kombat 2 is, you know, hitting those big issues and fixing those core issues to a, you know, a whole new level. And we see that new players can actually, you know, enjoy the game, embrace the game, and understand the game, and getting into it, which they wouldn't in the first game after a few years because it wasn't acceptable. So yeah. You don't like Mortal Kombat 2? That's fine, you know, like I said, it's not gonna be for everyone. You know, it's a unique game, and it requires a lot from anyone's brain and effort, and, you know, maybe some thick skin to handle the more hardcore aspect from the game. And, you know, there will be those that don't enjoy those aspects of the game, and there will obviously be those that really enjoy it and want that from a game. But yeah, it's, you know, we try to offer something unique. No, we haven't dumbed down the crafting. It's actually being used on the same category. It's just that we have refined it, made it more logical, look better, more believable, and also offer more variation. In the first game, you had 2 options when it comes to clades, 2 options when it comes to weapons, and that's it. And then you had to learn to abuse the prediction system, and that's pretty much it. So you could never be a melee fighter if you were, you know, had a certain distance from the server. So now today we are dominating by the American players. That is not an issue in the same way anymore. So yeah, your lighting, yeah, my lighting and my camera isn't pro, so you have to bear with me that the color isn't beautiful. And then after this, will start pushing with marketing as well. Thanks, Scanello. So the plan is that we are starting marketing again after the Epic Games patch, because that's also where we have a huge focus on new player experience, the criminal system that people have been pointing out flaws, issues in that we are trying to improve, recruitment tools and so on. So yeah, there's very important, huge improvement when it comes to new player experience, which is very good to have in place when we also get in more new players, right? So pitch query, you're talking about when we merge the shoulder and gloves into separate items. That was actually our main complaint in first game by the majority, that it was quite exhausting and time consuming to have all these items spread out and have to fiddle around with them. So we have this bar when you craft something where you can much more control, decide how much resources, materials you want to put into it to have the same kind of control, but yes, with less amount of objects that you drag around on your character. With that said, we did make a note when we made that system that there's still room for splitting possible gloves or shoulder if we want another layer of splitting up items. But that was actually a quite common complaint, that it was just too much. Because this game is not all about gear, right? It's about gearing up and head out there and have fun. And you will lose your gear. It's a PvP full loot game. So that means the emphasis a lot on the player experience and skills rather than having 10 items you have to pull around just to have your geared up again. So it's just to make the game better. And that's exactly what the player base is confirming. But again, you know, there will always be those that have their different opinions. They want more of the feel around and, you know, less straight to the action, and you know, it just goes through across the entire board when it comes to in what category and field we're talking about in the game. Bundy, thank you for the Prime, 18 month. That is nice. I hope the tornado is not OP and play at the wall will be possible. So I don't know if you saw yesterday's Siege, but all kind of stuff was used to an insane level, and that was just epic. And yeah, the tornado is dangerous, but it doesn't send you up on the clouds anymore. So it's a little bit, you know, tweaked and balanced, yeah. Pretty new to the game, and so also don't have a character on PTR yet. Gonna take part of the event anyways. So if you head over to PTR, if you had a character on live that we took since PTR 1, I don't remember exactly what the date was, but that character is also then on PTR server. If that's not the case and you don't have a character, you will start on Haven, which means you have to go quickly to the Clade 3 and head over to Milan. I mean, you can still do that and go here. We ran the sieges yesterday for several hours, and if you go straight to it, you could still probably participate even though your character isn't maxed and as efficient as it could be, right? But I mean, there's a lot of people that are here that are not refined foodie fighter, but they're still participating, having fun, and some people are here just to record, not focusing as much on the battle. So it depends on you know, if you wanna, when you wanna head over here, and if you make it in time. So right now we are more and more people logging in and you know, gather at the location that we posted that this siege will be on this time. So another keep location than we did yesterday. Where's the siege happening? Because I don't have any horses and none are for sale in PTR. So we have staff members that are assisting with this event. So all you need to do is be on Mirland, and our staff members will teleport you to the location. We try to split up quite even teams. There's defenders and attackers. You could say TP attackers or TP defenders, and the GMs will teleport you over here. And we will also state if we lack a lot of defenders or attackers to try to even out the numbers. So yeah, don't worry about any gear or location. All you need to do is log in and GMs will take care of the rest. This game needs harsher punishment for criminals, and that is what is happening with criminal update system, security zone system with the Epic Game patch. And that is also why I mentioned we don't want to start mass marketing until we deliver that patch, for obvious reasons, right? New players need to have a better understanding and fair chance to get into the game before they decide, right? We do have gears here as well. Yes, we have NPCs, all kind of resources. So again, I think you can come empty-handed and you will be geared up most likely. So yesterday was insane. I don't know if you guys seen it, but there's a few videos coming out now from that event. I did some cool footage. We are trying to put together some nice videos of TC events. But holy shit, you know, it felt really like a movie. You felt adrenaline rushing through your veins, and it was like a real war, chaos, madness everywhere, and it was just nice and brilliant. Pierce, thank you for the subscription. 25 months. Looking forward to the future. Thank you very much. And indeed, it is very exciting to see this big component finally getting into place. And people are really enjoying it just as much as we are here at Star Vault. So yesterday I really felt it was a warm feeling in the heart to see that people gave us like 10 out of 10 as a Siege experience. And yeah, the scale and of everything in the Siege is just one of a kind. I've been in most Sieges in most MMOs over years, and there's nothing getting close to this feeling. But obviously I'm a little bit biased, right? But I always wanted to fulfill some holes that I got from Ultima Line, a little bit from Star Wars Galaxies, when it comes to a lot of those type of experiences. And finally, you know, we get the experience in those categories also in Mortal Line 2. So yeah, we are in the final stage of the PTR3, as you know. We haven't really decided when we will shut down the PTR server. We will run it now. We are doing... So one of the guys have found some really good stuff. You have been reporting some of the freezes when you're riding around on PTR, and our developers have been looking on those specifics, profiling all the client cost on everything, and they found some really big nice things that they've already optimized that we're gonna push also as soon as we can, which hopefully will make the whole transitioning running around much smoother than, you know, it currently is. So again, we will obviously post when we decide that, okay, we got enough. Now we can take down PTR for this round. But we'll let it be up for now until we have gone through some of these optimization refinements that we want to confirm as well. And also, it's, you know, it's good to let the server run for a lot of hours just to make sure everything looks good on the network side as well. I want to point out we actually have a little update and tweak on a very important network part that really involves high capacity performance, and there are some changes in that section that could add some instability. So that's why, you know, we want to make sure we cover all those steps and configs while we do it on PTR, right? So we will see now during the first battle. Hopefully things are looking normal on the network side. A great news update also. I mentioned before the slowly but constantly node crash that happens on live. It looks like that's fixed, but not only that, I also mentioned the infinite perma fix for never having any major downtime or server crashes in the long run is to have the backup system taking over infinitely. So instead of just having a few chances and then it goes foobar, it can actually refresh and do that infinitely. As long as there's nothing new crazy that just kills them all instantly, you know. Did I just go? Yeah, I got disconnected for being AFK for too long. So that's really good news. Also, we are expanding on the overall capacity and stability, and make sure that a node crash should be minimal impact on the players. The cool stuff that really surprised me, I think Sebastian did some really good magic on that part, because yesterday during the mid of the battle, when everything was completely chaos, we actually got a node crash on that location and not a single issue happened during that, which means Invisible, the backup, took over without any major hiccups during a freaking real-time siege battle. That is insanely impressive. So that made me personally quite excited, because that obviously helps the overall stability. And usually when a node crashes, you see the classic F in the chat, because a lot of people get disconnected. That's the downside with it, right? But if you were here yesterday in the battle, it was pretty smooth when it comes to the network side. We all struggle a little bit with the FPS. That's expected still until we optimize the client more. But network side, smooth, transparent, backup took over, and we just continue the battle like nothing happened. And that is extremely exciting, I think. Let me log in again. So I'm also ready. So yeah, things are getting into a really good position this far. Like I said, I am flagging for if something causes instability with these final latest tweaks that we have deployed on today's PTR session. So I'm holding my fingers crossed that this siege, the first siege at least, will be as smooth as yesterday. And if it is, then obviously we have the main capacity network settings in a really good position. Humble Mumble TV. If you go to our website, modline2.com, you will see a countdown. That is the territory control countdown. So yeah, there's still time to go to participate in the siege. All you have to do is log in to PTR and write in the help chat that you need a teleportation on the to the location, and our awesome GM will make it happen. The game is about gearing up and heading out quickly. There's a solution to mage pulling out 20 different regions to gear up. I mean, you can prep the gear, right? That's what most people do. But obviously there's always a lot of room for quality of life, such as function that helps you to re-gear, set up things even more efficiently. But that's, quality of life things that, we will just slowly keep on expanding on based on requests from the community over time. So right now we need to, just make sure we get all these new content, feature complete and stable, and, then we'll move forward. The battle was pretty smooth yesterday. It was indeed very smooth. A little bit demanding on the FPS, right? Because of all the madness, but like I said, quite expected. Still overall extremely impressive performance-wise when it comes to this scale and this detail of level of everything. You have to consider that as well. And it will only get better because we have some nifty optimization steps in the working that also will happen with Unreal Engine 5. So it will just be better, pretty much. Have bugs of full regions that you can grab as a mage. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's what most people do, right? They have some presets ready so that you can just re-gear, grab them and run, and they're set. Like I said, there are really good suggestions within the community that suggests really good quality of life updates, which we try to do over time. How to get your one-hit kill sword? So I was playing around with some of the future gear, but obviously not fully tweaked. That was used very limitedly, obviously, when it comes to organizing an event like this. I don't run around and kill people or one-shot kill people like that. That was in the end of one of the siege next to priest, so it wasn't really, changing the outcome of the actual challenge for people. And my character isn't really finished and built to be a fighter, so I'm pretty much just geared up in a camera suit to get footage. so I don't die with one touch. But with that said, later on when we deploy the relic system, we plan to add a specific, or a few, I guess, weapons that are powerful, look quite unique, but they also go under the relic rules, which means you can't bank it, you can't log out with it, you have to keep it in the world, you can only drop it or place it in a relic building, and then it's grabs, up for grabs for anyone else. So there will be something that are not as powerful as that I did yesterday in one run, but something powerful. And you've been hitting the gym. I have, Nexus. I tried to stay in shape, and you know, when you sit that much that I do, you get shoulder, neck and arm issues, you know, all of that crap, especially when you grow older. So I try to counter some of those problems by hitting the gym. You said that you would remove houses from Kalena Cave. No, I never said that, and that is not correct. So the Kalena Cave, I can clear this out once again. So there are dungeons in the world which are not meant to be, you shouldn't be able to build inside dungeon or just at entrance and such. So that's obviously something we follow up on, making sure that is the case. So don't bother try to build houses inside dungeon. Now the Kalena Cave is not a dungeon, and you will see what I mean with that over time, because that's just an opening to the underground. There will be a huge underground world under Midland, and that's an adventure just like up on the ground, and that means obviously you can build a city down there, you will find cities down there, and you will find dungeons down there, and our job is to make sure that those dungeons, hotspots, specific gameplay interaction are not buildable. That's where we put no build zones. So you found one opening down to the underworld, which is the what you call the Kalena Cave, which we just call an entrance to the Underdark. Would you call it Underdark? I would call it Underdark. I guess that's a proper term for it. So you found one entrance to the Underdark, and yeah, you can build under the world, just like you can build up on the world. So I hope that kind of clears that one, right? Kaleno. I guess there are some different pronunciation of that, but I think me and Matt said that Kaleno is one viable version. When it comes to other one, we do have built the entire crafting system to be able to support us addressing pre-patch items, because we know that that could cause issues. With that said, we don't have the tools finished for us to deploy those changes on current live pre-patch items. But this time we can do it, which we never could in the first time. With that said, we need proper time from some of our developers to finalize that tool to be able to deploy it. So with that said, any pre-patch item like a shield or so will switch with that tool being finished also. So I hope that clears out those two questions. Underpass or something. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about the names and so on, but Underdark is a common term, I think, for a world under the ground, right? I mean, heck, even the Shivas lives underground. That's where they come from, right? So obviously we slowly need to get that also into the game. Celine Dion Cave. What about Necro Dungeon? So Necro is a specific dungeon that you shouldn't be able to build in. So yeah, that is happening, making sure that that is being the case, right? Yeah, I'm all excited with an Underdark. Yeah, it's really cool, and obviously we have infinite amount of content in the loop over time. We just have to go at some areas, you know, some points at the time while we move forward. Like I said, this is a long-term project, and it's just gonna be more and more awesome and grow more and more over the years, right? So that's why we wanna get to the community interaction as well, to make sure we pinpoint a nice prioritized order of these things to be added to the game. And then plans to expand on Shiva Cave in Tuxai. Yes, there are meant to be some expansion on that eventually. Again, we try to prioritize where it makes more sense and give most value. That is like a, I don't know how to call it, like a temporary city for the Shivras that are partially living there. They're coming from the continent that is near that harbor, you know, the Lycator, or also called Urmathar. That is the homeland of the Alvarin race. Yeah, obviously when we expand on Underdark, we will make sure that where those areas that are meant to be like any area open in the world behaves the same way. And we have to consider if that, like the whole mount running speed should also fit down there, as long as it's, you know, traversable in a meaningful way. Nerf swords, please. Why? The expansion of the Underdark required to upgrade the grid system with a C-axis. There are a few things that obviously give us a little bit of a challenge when it comes to that. But we also have a very good concept of how we can actually offload things on a network when we identify and know you're under the world and you're above the world. Therefore, you don't have to have any data of the one that are above you, right? So there are actually some opportunities for us to optimize in an efficient way, depending on where you are running around on Milan. So it actually gives us some opportunities there as well. Let's see, how many do we have in place? Slowly increasing with more people in the siege location. There are still plenty of room, I would say. So again, if you wanna have one of the most awesome epic siege experience, just log in to PTR and we will teleport you to our location. The criminal system after fixed with TC, so we will work with TC. Yeah, yes, Tena. The criminal system, nation security zones will be added along with the TC patch. So that is the entire new player experience update come along with that. Yeah, you can get a teleport. All you need to do is log into PTR, shout out in help channel, and we will port you to location. Let's see. Right. The Kalena Cave requires a third-party application to place houses inside of it. Your GMs have specifically said they are planned to be removed. No, like I said, I know there's a confusion of where you can build or not, but it's quite simple when you see it. So there are dungeons and there are Underdark. The Underdark is a world, and you can build and live in that world, just like you will find cities in that world. And then there are dungeons. Dungeons you're not meant to build in. That should be a dungeon experience only. What you call this Kalina Cave is an entrance to the Underdark. And in the Underdark, you can build things. So, yeah. So we've been working a lot on the TC placement, and there's a huge improvement since our last run. And pretty much every single location that's been reported that you can't place on, we can place on now. You know, elevate it, rotate it, and you will find locations. We have got a few new locations, I think, reported, and I also hope that you guys will report if you find on this build, the latest PTR, if you find location where it seems like you should be able to fit buildings but you can't, please report that so we can investigate that location to see what could be causing it. So the only Underdark right now is Clayton Cave. Yes, that is one of the entrances to the Underdark. So it's not really a dungeon, like I said. It's, you know, going down under the world, the terrain. And there are some section cleared out, but that will eventually be open up to infinite, you know, places to explore under the world. Messi was leading the stream. I'm not sure I look like Messi, eh? It's possible that people are bad at placing because they rarely do it as well. We try also to make the system more automatically, like snap to the elevated position where it is green, just to show that, you know, it's possible to place here. But yeah, you know, obviously we'll try to improve it as much as possible. So if you report locations where you think it should work here and you try your best, we appreciate those reports so we can actually go there and try to identify what could be causing not accepting buildings, right? And by the way, we had a little discussion, what was it, 2 days ago on Discord, when you read a patch note on the PTR patch note that the elementalism wall, stone wall, some people expressed a big concern that you can stun lock players with that wall, and we said, look, we are aware of that could be a possibility that it's bad. So we asked you guys, please try it out if that's really the case, because we believe it maybe is not the case. Have you guys had the time to test it out? Any of you guys in here that could kind of confirm? Or maybe none of those in that interaction is in the stream currently. Yes, players get stuck in a stone and can just be killed in it. Yeah, so that was the discussion, right? But it's quite narrow where you stuck them. So we said, let's try it out if it's, you know, a problem. And if it is a problem, we may have some possible option we want to try to change that. But we haven't got a single report that it is a problem. So that's why I was wondering if people have had time to actually try it out. What is happening over here? Oh, I'm getting pushed into location, it seems. The Crim update will be with the Epic patch, so that is not this patch. Give it a try today. That's great. Also, I think we fixed the guild issues. You know, large guild with people where you can't kick or invite. Remember that little struggle? That should be fixed, right? Have anyone jumped in on PTR and confirmed that? That would be awesome. So we know it's really working. There should be... Holy shit, are they... I'm being pushed out. Why am I pushed out? I wanted to be on the defender side because then I can focus a little bit on the chat here as well and not just focus 100% on the battle. Kind of rude, push me out, push me out. So on the website there should be a roadmap explaining the steps that Epic Games includes, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look if I'm saying the correct things here. Roadmap. Yes, if you go to website roadmap, you can see... Wait, is this old? Okay, so it's not 100% updated. We should update that one. But yeah, the Epic patch involves the new player experience, the task nation system, and the criminal system. But yeah, we need to update it a little bit, I see. What about the countdown on the website? Yeah, it's exactly what it says. Can we see some gameplay? Yeah, I guess we can jump over to... move on to this one. Let's see, what do we have here? Right, I guess. Do we have any sound, guys? Yeah, you hear the sound, right? I may need a little... am I outside the enemy? Holy shit, we got some catapults here, yeah. Let's see if we can get... Hello? Hello? Oh, thank you, thank you. Great, great. Henrik's build is bad. Yeah, like I said before, I said exactly that. This is a camera guy, pretty much. It's not a finished character that I commit on real battles. So it's just a character made for recording and stuff like that. So ignore my stats and stuff. I'm just here to take a look on the firecrackers. Boom! Boom! Oh. Peter, I missed your question then. You know, I miss a lot of questions. Don't take it personally, right? I try to cover as many as possible, and I try to cover them at least once. And not repeat myself too many times, even though I understand why people come in just after I respond on the question and ask the same question. It happens, right? And I try to not repeat myself too much to bore people with my responses. Yeah, what is that spell? Which one? The one that exploded in the sky? That is weather control elementalism. You can control the weather in this game, which you can't in any other game in the world, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, you can control the weather with that spell. Did you get any footage from outside last siege? Looked epic with elementalism spells. Yes, absolutely. I recorded a lot and I got some really epic shots. And you know, if anyone is participating, I hope that you guys will also record as much as you can, because we're trying to collect some footage to put together some nice videos to show what you can do in this game. There's a lot of people out there that have no clue what you can do in this game. And just participating in this kind of event that we're gonna have now is just a one-of-a-kind experience. And when people see it, they are blown away. We don't have an official date exactly when it comes to the Unreal 5 release, but you will be able to follow our updates on that on our website. And you're so lucky to be doing a job. doing a job you love. Yeah, thank you. I mean, absolutely. This is where my passion lies, and I did everything I could to make this dream and vision a reality. Not a walk in the park, I have to add, and not without stress and chaos, but I would absolutely say worth it, and the enjoyment and rewards out of it is obviously worth it, right? Or we would haven't been here for all these years. But it's been a long journey, a lot of struggle and stress also. But yeah, obviously doing what you're most passionate about obviously helps through all that challenge. Yeah, look at this cool spell. Holy shit, and then chicka boom. So that's how you see some clouds here, as you can see. This is really beautiful. The artist did an amazing job in how it interacts and creates clouds and such. Really awesome. I love it. So yeah, you can control the weather, make it rain, snow, increase or lower temperature, and some spells are dependent on what state the weather is in. So yeah, it's a really cool system. Look at this beautiful machine. Handcrafted with some real believable mechanics here, as you can see the gears. It's just awesome. It's just awesome. When with heavier, higher damage daggers get lower weak spot chance, also partial materials of crafts, since it nullifies advantage of having skilled crafters, since they can be just be copied. So there's a few areas where we want to give the option to disguise what you have crafted, right? There's a few areas where that makes sense. So you don't have, you know, try to copy specific recipes. So that makes sense, right? To give that as an option. Yeah, I just commented on the daggers earlier that it sounds like the design on the daggers are not fully being followed in terms of heavy base damage daggers should have less weak spot chances and vice versa. You have to specify going, you know, thin extreme daggers that are specified to make constant weak spots, or it will go somewhere in between, or more full out better base damage with less of the weak shots. And to my understanding, it seems like there are heavy daggers with heavy weak spot chance, which doesn't sound as it's following the designs fully. So we need to look into that. But yeah, when it comes to selling things with showing stats are there for obvious reason, right? I was watching a video about all the failed Kickstarter MMOs like Pathfinder, Sword of Avatar, etc. People should recognize how well Star Wars has done as a small company here. Winedorn, yeah, thank you very much. I mean, yeah, obviously we've been following the game development over the years as well. Kickstarters, ambitious, different types of MMOs on the horizon. Some of them never to see daylight, and some of them that may see daylight. We all know about the challenge and struggle. Obviously, we have walked that path for many years, and yeah, I mean we've been persistent enough and never giving up when it was struggling, and we got a really, you know, unique opportunity to make this game. And being here today is obviously very exciting to have managed to, you know, produce what we have so far. Is one of a kind game, right? And anyone that tried to make an MMO of this scale and complexity knows that it's a hell of a project, and you're almost crazy for trying, especially if you are new when start creating this type of project. It's mostly the giants with endless amount of resources that does these large grand scales games, MMOs, and even they are struggling and sometimes fails, and some of them see daylight. So you know, we've been following a lot as well, other companies and Kickstarters, and yeah, there's a lot of crazy things out there also. But yeah, we can obviously only, you know, be transparent on what our goals are, our visions, and what we are offering to the game markets. And yeah, we believe it's a truly unique MMO. I think what's good? Hustler TV. We are preparing for a little siege. To have some fun. So glad I took the time to really polish TC. It looks so good with all the siege weapons and elementalism spells. Yeah. It is a very huge system, and we did expand it a little bit throughout the process we were building it, because it just made sense to have a certain baseline to enjoy this system. And then obviously, like we said many times, this is just the beginning of TC, right? We plan to keep on expanding based on your feedback. Like I said, we're going to make the community interaction to show these are the natural next steps to add to TC, and the natural steps to add to combat, and natural steps to add, you know, overall in different areas of the game. And with your help, you'll pinpoint what should be added next to expand TC even further, and what should we add when it comes to RP elements, gambling elements, you know, board table gambling games for taverns and such, PvE elements, dungeons. There's a lot, right? So we want to get your help to pinpoint. Oh my. Yeah, fire arrows is planned for in upcoming patch. It's a good weapon obviously for both sides, defender and the fire arrows are quite effective against wooden siege weapons. So obviously a decent counter to try to harass those machineries. Address the frame rate issue during the territory raid. So we actually found, one of our developers found a few areas where these freezes and hiccups are quite severe, right? So he done some really good optimization on that, which we're gonna put on PTR as well as soon as we can. It's not in this build, so there are still some hiccups and freezes, but that build should absolutely help. What the hell? Okay, are we releasing some people to the attacker side? I'm not following. Yeah, I guess so. We are trying to split some people. So there will be absolutely an effect of that. Yeah, fletching is another one that a lot of people want to see in the game, which we plan to add. The question is when. What is fletching? So you will be able to create your own arrows and different types of arrows. Not the 10,000 man value you and us were hoping for. I mean, we didn't expect 1,000 people to join in the PTR. It's never going to happen. And I said that when you, the community, asked for PTR, I explained pros and cons with it and what we can expect from it. Because if EVE Online struggled to get 1,000 people in their test servers, then why the hell should we beat that, right? It just doesn't make sense. So we never expected insane numbers on PTR, because just think about it. The majority don't care to play or test things, do boring things, or spend time on something that are not persistent and, you know, may not be as fun. So it's just logic, right? Just give it a thought. And this is something that I pointed out when people earlier asked for PTR, that look, there are benefits from it, absolutely. So we will have it, and we got it. But there are also areas where, you know, it's easy to say, just put me on test, I would have found this bug and you wouldn't have it on release. So bad. And yeah, maybe we agree with that. And then we add a PTR. And then the interest is not that high anymore to find those boring things to help us with that. And that's understandable. We can't demand anything when it comes to helping us with this. This is our responsibility. And that's why we hired an external company to secure patches, right? But we are extremely happy with all the support we get from the community to do the best out of the PTRs, right? And it is extremely helpful. So, like I said, we would never ever, I would never expect 1,000 players joining in on PTR, because why would people, right? Distracted. Yeah, didn't you hear that? Do you hear the people in the game, or is it just me? It was quite funny. I care about testing the game, most don't though. I enjoy the PTR, hope it stays. It stays, I'll keep working to find them bugs as long as I'm able to. That is awesome, Laura Niran, and like I said, we're extremely happy to get that kind of support. Woman? Yeah, we hear them. That was that scary sounding noise. What was that scary sound noise? Wasn't it it was a player on VoIP here. Look how cool it is when you shoot these elementals in a siege and have the insane draw range on them. It's such a beautiful sight. This is something you will never see in the near time frame in any MMO. To have this insane range, to see all these high detail models, see Poichai flying like that, it's just beautiful. Beautiful. Lololo. It's popping up the wall. Stop him. Let's see. So this wall section is a bit upgraded. These little towers. We didn't have that in yesterday's build. So yeah, new sceneries. This is one of the big things that's gonna change with Unreal 5 that I can't wait to show you guys. You see these mountains in the horizon. They're quite low poly and the texture is quite horrible. The details on them horrible. And then you compare it to those mountains over there, right? Those are crisp, sharp, and detailed. All these mountains here will use a new system. We will utilize nanites. So they're gonna look beautiful and nice on this distance as well. So here's a mixed scenery here where some things simply doesn't look as epic as it should, right? Still ugly. What do you mean? The mountains. That's just what I pointed out, right? So those are some of the things that we can improve thanks to Unreal 5. How cool is this? How cool is this? Ayrton, we suggest to focus on Mortline 2. There are hardly anyone in on Mortline 1 for the obvious reasons, right? This is the true successor and improvement in all forms. So Mortline 1 is not really supported anymore, right? We are transitioning over to Mortline 2. Point of TC towns if there's no brokers. I mean, the brokers doesn't do TC. TC is a whole complex system that gives you endless of features and functions, even more so over time. It's not just about brokers. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, this is one of the biggest, or it's quite high up there, large continent, open world, no loading, no instances, and that's where you go quite unique compared to all other MMOs. And you know, seeing those mountains over there like that, there's a dungeon, you see everything across the world. You don't see that in any other MMO. So this is technology that are crazy, and we've done a lot of magic here. The devs have been awesome putting together something that shouldn't be possible, especially a few years ago, and also running this good. It will be greatly improved when we step over on Unreal 5, and that's what I wanted to point out. You can clearly see some variation on where it doesn't look as next gen anymore, right? And that's
does anyone know, does this keep have like supply towers, or are the walls coming down super fast again?
Hello.
There are some defense on this one, so they have a little bit more defense than last keep. Yeah.
That's exciting.
My weapon. It's my weapon.
Nice to see progress and testing you guys have been up to. Can't wait for TC patch. Control Alt Palm. Indeed. Indeed. Look at this bolt carrier. How cool is that? Yesterday there was a lot of people that really enjoyed being siege ammo runners. Boulder runners, bolt runners. It was really epic to see them line up and just keep them running, supplying the machineries. It was really cool to see. And also that obviously it's very effective, right? We had Loros and the gang up here with a catapult, and they managed to aim in perfectly and hit enemy catapults far over there and destroy them. Such a cool thing. Such a cool thing. It's really cool mechanic. Yeah. And it looks pretty cool also to walk around with that heavy ass bolt, right? I was attacked by 2 women before an MO2. They were stalking me. Simping ain't easy. How to know if the server can take a huge player base? The player numbers are low. Your mamas. So that's a work in progress since Steam release, right? There's a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of things going on there, right? So I could talk about what's have been done for quite a while, but obviously one of the biggest issue we had was capacity, specific bottlenecks during Steam release, and we had multiple stress tests to secure that part, and we ran into several issues during that stress test and solved them all, and then ran it for a few more times without any issues. We could simulate, do everything we could, but other than that, it was close to impossible to know where the next issue would be until we hit madness numbers on Steam release. Doing that, obviously we saw where the next issues lies, where we had to put engineers to really rework those weaknesses in the system. So we've been working over a year on that and greatly improved those areas. And thanks to our player base, we already confirmed the world's largest battle scenes in this type of settings, with over 450 players, around 450 players in one siege, and the network didn't even sweat. So we kind of checked off the checkbox for having insanely large player battles. The next part we've been working on is the overall capacity to make sure that the entire world can be fully populated with multiple large battles. And that's some of the later implementation we have done. So we will obviously be fully on standby. We have no clue what we are expecting in terms of player-wise when TC is delivered. In one way, it's almost a little bit good that we have some popular games released that, you know, take some player attention, so everyone isn't completely crunching in the same. But obviously we are monitoring and are ready to follow up on everything with TC release, and we also are evaluating if we need to have another, specifically a Steam open session, just to invite a lot of players in a very convenient way.
The frames are good.
If we see that we want to do more,
I think my internet's a bit laggy as well. Oh my god.
More large-scale testing.
The stamina drain on this is insane.
But yeah, I'm really keen on looking the next patch that should help quite a bit when it comes to the freezing and stalling that we have running around in this current build.
Quiet down, she did. I listened to her.
The RP walking cards. Yeah, it's awesome. Looks really cool. The walk animation is badass, I think. It's really cool. Holy shit, we see arrows flying. What the hell?
Oh! Here we go. I've got Chronite today. Like how?
So yeah, still time, guys. If you tune in, you got home, join in on this siege battle. All you need to do is log into PTR, and we have GMs that will actually teleport you over here on the defender side or the attacker side. And then we will battle as long as you want, pretty much. You know, we did a really good run yesterday for several hours, in fact, and it was just very awesome.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hello, Smiley.
Yeah, the patience for waiting to battle to start is always a virtue. Pew pew.
That's insane.
Hold the wall, my peasant.
This is a cool ball where you can disguise and hide fully inside. They can't target you through it either.
Yeah, Vada, we're holding the ball.
Let the battle commence, my lord. Sounds like Star Wars firefight. Yeah, that sounds a little bit high pitchy soundy,
No, I need instruction.
but maybe we could tweak a little bit.
I take instruction very well. I've been told
Okay.
by my instructor.
Alright. Good for you, I guess.
Who's your instructor?
What the hell?
Is it this Walker?
Pew pew pew. It's so cool when we have a thick line of people just shooting arrows and bolts and all kind of stuff. It was so epic to see that. One of the shots yesterday, it was like moonlight, a little bit dark, and you saw a rain of fire. So cool, so cool. I loved it.
Don't do it. You have so much to live for.
Some of the participants made some cool videos out of it as well. I'm sure you've seen some of it already.
No, I'm intimidating the enemy with a mulvus penis.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
No ship's been introduced to the game.
Have you met?
We will see when we do the community interaction where we may wanna place that on our
Join
prioritized
RP
order.
walking. That's what we need. Be a hero of future siege. Ragnar, so continue. You're doing it right. You're
Yes.
the heroes that we need.
It's a patrol gate,
Exactly.
patrol wall.
Yeah. Let us patrol with you.
Are we patrolling?
Yes,
I'm
now we're
patrolling.
patrolling.
You took my
I di-
spot in the patrol. I don't want to ruin your.
Shoot.
Yeah, now it's more the
enemies.
the US time zone is, you know, is waking up as well, right? Or the after work time, I mean.
Let's continue patrolling.
Good job, guys.
Look at this madness. So cool.
You ready?
Choo choo choo.
And 3, 2, 1, go!
Go.
We're patrolling. We're patrolling again.
What is this?
Do we have a patrol song?
The
When I
Mars.
say two and
Marsh.
you say four, put your feet at the door.
Yes, we're working. West Coast anyways. Yeah. But some people are quitting work around this time, right? Or is it a few more hours? Yeah, I guess it all depends on where, right? But West Coast, yeah.
Oh, damn.
We're around 2K. Oops. During weekends. A little bit less during normal days. And yeah, that's I think we've had a lot of good what's it called, player activity, even though we've been, you know, quite overdue, waiting for some of the main content a lot of people have been waiting for. Seeing growth over some of those months as well obviously is very good. This patch is highly anticipated by a lot of people, especially players that have played the game a lot before that are waiting for this type of content. And then we have the new player experience and security with the Epic Game patch, Unreal 5, and some new technology, world first, and marketing starting with that. And obviously that's also where we expect to grow more rapidly. This Coast has about 2-3 more hours of work. Alright. Long until Siege starts. I'm not entirely sure. So, like yesterday, I was just lingering around, doing some different recordings. And the GMs are quite busy teleporting people to location, refilling tents, NPCs, all kind of stuff. And then when he see that, okay, the majority, it's calmed down, people are not asking for teleports anymore, that's when he kind of counts it down and start it. And then we go full out, fight off until one side wins by pretty much, you know, if they manage to run down the gates and slaughter all of us in here, they take the win. If they break the walls and we manage to, you know, keep them out and kill them off, put them on a run or so, we get the win, right? So that's how we did it yesterday, and it was really awesome. It's possible to join PTR through GeForce Now. I don't think so, no. To my knowledge, I don't think that is possible, sadly. Whoa. I love the fireballs. Looks so beautiful. And I really like those. What the hell is the name of that spell again? Is it the lava flow? That flies slowly and just burns things. It looks so beautiful. Especially during nighttime. Look at that. Look at that rain of puffs. Rain of puffs.
The police on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you did the attackers, they're attacking.
Yeah, I'm missing a bow, so I can't do too much here. I could be running bolts and boulders or operating some of the siege machines, but I think they're occupied. Have they started? I haven't paying attention yet. But they are always shooting, shooting. The sort of tiers are not finished, so it's not really for public view. You will see it on Nave when it's finished in the Relic War system. This is a really nice airway healing gas as well. It's been a little bit tweaked and improved since last PTR based on feedback. So it's a little bit shorter duration, but a little bit more powerful. That spell, I love it. Looks so cool during night times, how it lights up the environment and how it puts things to fire when it collides. It's really awesome. I presume fire arrows are not longbow range. Yeah, you can absolutely reach them with a longbow from here. We have extreme far range. Obviously it depends on bow and strength, right? And the siege weapons absolutely have the range to hit, as you can see here. And some of the spells, long range spells, also can reach some of the location here. So there are some absolutely... Ooh, like that thing. There are some long range abilities. I mean, it looks like it's starting. Yeah, it is, right? They're shooting from there. I missed if we said it's already starting, but it looks like it's intensifying. So, and they're getting closer with the catapults, as you can see. So yeah, I think we are about starting. Let's see if they can get in this time. Holy shit. Oh my, look at the rain. Look at the rain, people. Look at the rain. Hold the walls. Hold the walls. Rain of magic and arrows. How cool is this? How cool is this? No, we don't have any ladders, and we are a little bit unsure how that may bypass a lot of the action that is needed to penetrate the gates with brute force that also engage in a pretty exciting battle.
Fire, Bowman.
Yes, sir.
Here we go, here we go. We can do something. Yeah, my strength wasn't ready for that one. On a 79 strength. Like I said, this is not a optimal finish character, I'm afraid. I'm too weak. Holy shit.
Incoming.
The chaos. The chaos. Hi Grace Rufio. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's take a look over here. Got some cool machines here doing the business. And it looks like we have some solid runners. That sound is terrifying when they shoot. Whoa. 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 I'm burning, guys. I'm burning. I need some water. Let's take a look at that poor bastard. A mage took a hit. Let's take a quick look up here and see if we have any machineries here. Yeah, that looked sick. So this is you need some constant boulder runners if you have some of the siege machines up here. Okay, so we don't have anyone here. Yeah, look at this overview, that's insane. Look at the lakes over there. Damn. Look at those ants doing work. Looks so cool. Look at the fire burning. Holy shit. I love it. I love it. Getting snow, man. Some of our elementalist mages are changing the weather. Cooling down environment. I'm not sure what they're going for in terms of spells and so on. Let me go down a little closer to the action here. It's a tall tower. Battle looks funny as fuck. Only wish to last longer. Yeah, I plan to hopefully extend another one by the dust. Holy shit. I want to extend the ragdoll a little bit. I agree. It's dangerous to be on this wall now. Holy shit. Oh, whoa. Holy shit. Okay, they're getting closer with their fuel. They are getting in solid hits on the wall section here, it seems. Whoa. Look at the gas, So cool. Oh, got another bow, maybe less strength requirement, so I can harass them with some arrows. Let's see. Yeah, it's a little bit better. I'm not too strong, so not an optimal arrow guy. As you can see, I just learned archery as well. No! Holy shit! Got a destruction. Got the gate. I didn't cut that one. Okay, let's go on. So we done some feedback on this already.
Catapults. These ballistas aren't doing anything.
They go down a little bit too far right in the first damage state. So we're actually adding another state, so it gets more refined when going down. So all blunt, got a bolt run here. All blunt does damage to all the structures, and then there are some softer that are wooden, and sieges are softer with wooden. But blunt is the main damage, and then we have fire burn as additional damage option that we're working on. Let's see if we can get some lucky hits in here. Not sure how my range is. I'm too weak with this little bow. I need a long bow, but this is a little short decurve bow. Not the best range on this one. So yeah, you want a long bow on far range to have better. But how cool are these machines, right? Okay, it's time to do my job here. I'm gonna oops. Okay, I accidentally shot it. Let's see if we can. Yeah, we got a new bolt here. Let's see if we can do some catapult damage. Yep. A little too high. A little too high, I think. Need bolts! 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 Thank you. Okay, got another bolt. And... yeah! Damn, bad hits. Bad hits. Bolt! Need a bolt! Whoa! Got a little hit there. So you have to, yeah. Watch the hit points. Not sure if we have many more bolt runners. Doesn't look like it. But yeah, the mechanics of these machiners are really cool as well. When it comes to how you load the tension here. So you have movement, tension like this. Whoa, whoa! Oh, whoa. And how you load it. Okay, we're getting off this one before we're getting ooh, too much beating. Yeah, this character doesn't really have the skills.
Where are ballistas?
Things are breaking apart here. Let's 8. Hit me for 8 with that bandage. Yeah, this range is quite poor. I need a longbow. Coming for Lotus! Are you attacker? I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. Let's get some healing gas. Oh yeah. Yeah. Look at this beautiful shiny crony. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They're getting closer. Getting closer. Ah! That's rude. That's rude. It's dangerous to stand there. I need a heal. Hello, dearest.
Oh, brother, we're trying to sally out to attack them, but the catapults are a pain.
Oh yeah. It's
all right,
dangerous.
brother, off to war. Let's go.
Thank you. Watch out! Whoa. Whoa. I have this crappy noob sword as well. Not.
Get back in your game.
Get out!
Get him. Hit him.
Oh no no! Oh my god. Yeah, he's a dangerous place to be there. Yeah, I need a little bit better sword. This is not the best fighting sword. Like I said, this character is not really... It was made to record stuff, and that it does very well. But now, yeah, recording all kind of stuff I'm running in background won't really give me the most optimal performance. Holy shit, the choke point here is nuts. 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 What's the recording skill? It's decent. It's decent. Far better than my gear and character skills. I don't even have all my settings properly set up for a decent fight. I need to get back on track when it comes to that. Yeah, the frames is alright. It's alright with all the stuff I'm running. Yeah, people are taking shots every now and then in some cool angles, so hopefully they are sharing that as well. Did we manage to keep them out? Oh, boulder! Boom! Boom! Those are dangerous. How are we looking out here with all this chaos? Get him! Okay, I mean in the vault section.
Okay, boys, I think we push as one.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Change my mind.
Are we pushing? Are we pushing? That's a dangerous choke point here.
Wait for the next volley. Okay.
Alright, go now.
Right. Let's see. Holy shit! That was freaking timing. Oh my god. It's too dangerous. They're coming back off that.
Where was everybody?
They all died in the gate with a boulder. Holy shit. We need some healers. I'm burning. I'm burning. That timing though. A boulder. I think it got 4 people or something in that boulder. Yeah, that was dangerous. All right, let's see. Maybe a new one, new push. All right. I mean, the boulders are too dangerous. Let's see, can we... Whoa! Another one. Boulder. Charge, Henry. Another one. Ah, another one. Oh. Shall we...
I'm back, brothers.
Shall we try another bolo? Should we try to make a little push? What do you think, guys? What do you think? Whoa, 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 whoa. So, should we make a little peek?
Come on, Arsis, we must slap them.
Boulder! Move! Move! Holy shit. That was a perfect lineup boulder.
We already had these. Whoa!
Yeah, that was brutal.
I need an axe. I need an axe.
Oh, I have an axe.
Whoa! Shit, they're getting there in perfect position to actually cause some danger. The punch in the boulder is quite brutal. Yeah. Maybe need another gate as possible.
And a tungsteel heavy dagger. Chronite and tungsteel heavy dagger. Who would want? I need an axe or something.
Big charge. Yeah, let's see if we can gather them up then. Some people trying to re-gear since they're boulder crusher. It's quite the danger in this one. Get him!
Bastard! You naked bastard!
Boulder! Shall we rush them? Shall we rush them?
We need a shield.
Looks like we're being thinned out here.
Damn, they steal the loot so fast, boys.
Push the advantage, boys.
My armor destroyed.
What advantage?
Shall we?
Fuck you, bandit.
Alright,
Boulder!
we should probably hold here because those those catapults are gonna hurt. Someone pull points gear. You can't get it, don't stand there, you'll die.
Give back the stuff, guys.
I say upgrade.
They got a perfect aim on those boulders.
Man, good thing I got popcorn, Jesus.
Whoa!
Like whack-a-mole.
Whoa!
Come in here.
Boulder!
Don't pull up on me.
Well,
Boulder!
where are our catapults at, buddies?
Whoa!
Go grey bar down my tits.
Of the ages, for in our hearts beats the fervor of 1,000 suns, the unyielding flame of courage and honor. We stand upon this hallowed
Oh, nice. Put some nice loot over here. Nice.
Do you know Ogmium Fluxus in game, Henrik?
What?
Do you know Ogmium Fluxus and Skadit Fluxus in game?
I can't say.
Those are dead.
Alright boys, this is it. This is
Okay,
it.
we got
Crashing our party, boys.
Ready. Craft armor. Ready for the assault.
ready. Hold the line.
He's going up the tower. Naked, I need armor.
I'm also naked.
all that is pure and true. The winds may howl, the tempests may rage, but we shall stand firm, unyielding against the tide of
That
darkness.
voice doesn't really
Our
fit
shield
the
shall be a wall of resolve.
body, right?
Swords and daggers.
Got a little naked thirster in here.
There's a banner in here, boys. The banner.
Get him! Oh, I wonder if they're gonna make a push any moment now.
Kill the banner.
Ready?
Exposing myself to the enemies.
Oh. Oh. Let's get the bastard. Damn. That was a rough one. Whoop. Whoa. Whoa. Alright, we got a closed gate over there. Razmil Knakov, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Look at this chaos, holy shit. And those electrical bolts. Press F10. It's too much chaos. More boulders flying.
For in our hearts beats
This character is a human recorder, so not optimal for the fight, more for recording and such. So I'm just staying a little bit in the background, you know, trying to cover, see what's going on here in this madness. Yeah, I don't have a magic skill set up either, so I can't do too much, I'm afraid. I can harass them with a little backstabbing. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's fire. That fire. Got some heals here. Ah, you mean? Yeah, I thought you first meant take screenshot. Yeah. No hard. Cinematic feeling. This is crazy. Look at that fire spreading. Oh,
for they face not just a band of warriors.
Got some smoke screen here.
Henrik, got my 3. Let's go. I got 3 hits.
Oh, watch out, the boulders. You hear that sound with the boulder smashing and then the cling. Then you know someone got hurt. The brutal sound of death. Let's go!
Join the Chad side.
Can't even get up off the rock.
When this farm's corrupted.
What the hell? A freaking banner inside our base. The choke point is strong over here. Bastard! Bastard. Range. Whoop. I need a normal weapon. Oh, dangerous. Overreaching it at the choke point. Oh la la! Bastard! Oh la la! Oh la la! I got him! Bastard! I wish I had a little bit better of a weapon though, so I could do more than a little scratch. Ooh, the magic! What the hell did I do? Ooh. So we can do a little backstab again. Backstab! What the hell are they doing? Bastard! Oh! Hey! Bastard! What the hell? Whoa! Bastard! Look! It's fleeing. Shit, got quite the force here. Alright, we are advancing outside the gates. Yeah, we only mostly suffer for some freezes, and we have identified some of those that should be improved in next build. But overall, you know, performance is not bad, even without the optimization we're working on with Unreal 5. So, you know, whoa! Whoa, whoa! Do we have some friendly fire spells going on here, or? Let's see. Let's see. We got them on the run. We got them on the run. Spread out.
Let's go.
Spread out.
Get the catapult, brothers. Pull it, push. Get over here.
Slay them all. Slay them all. Here we go. Here we go. Bang! Almost got a mercy. Bastard. Oh! Got such a crappy sword. What in the hell? A little dwarfy backstabber. Yeah, I think they are a little bit outnumbered out here now. I think so, eh? Ew! Bam! Bam!
Get out of here, Henrik.
Get out of here!
Get off my leader. Get out, circus.
Do you surrender? Damn, damn. Bam.
Уберите эту тварь.
I think they are.
For the glory, for the God Emperor.
For the glory. I think we outnumber them now, right? I think we looks like the defenders got this one. What do you think?
No, bombed it.
I think so, eh? I think we won this one. It's quite solid. Yeah, that was quite intense there at the gates. So the wall went down quite fast, yes, and that is because we pick a keep location that have little defense bonus. So that is the the supply defense system. That is very important to obviously make sure you don't have the ninja sieges and minimize quick destructions. I think we're around 10%
I think this is turned the other way.
defense bonus on this keep, which means there's no supply lines or storehouse or towers. There's like, I don't know, 2 towers or something like that. I don't remember exactly. So that means walls goes down quite quickly. If we would have owner of this keep, if they would have claimed the supply lines, storehouse and towers, they can quite quickly go above 100% defense, which means you need to start destroying those assets before it can actually hurt the walls. So that is why it was quick. Ah, holy shit. Thank you, thank you. Got a little better weapon here. That's nice. I can maybe do a little bit damage. A little bit damage. Nice, nice. This is a trebuchet so people at home can see any. Let's take a look on our little trebuchet. Trebuchet or catapults? Or catapults. So these machines are insanely cool. And they're actually built to be extremely believable. You charge the tension here to actually be able to rotate like this on rotation tension. And if I want to move it forward, I need people that holds in these handles. You know, need manpower to move it around. And then you load, pull this back, and you can load it a little bit if you want less arc range, or fully for maximum reach, right? So it's completely dynamic. You can even stand here, like he's doing. Do you want to see him fly to the moon? Look at this, okay? Look at this.
Ready for reload!
Reload! So it's completely dynamic. Completely dynamic. And then of course you can load it with boulders or...
Ready to shot!
Okay, so you got the stone boulder and you aim. Shouldn't be... Okay, we got a little ice wall here. Let's see... And then you simply shoot. Like that. Boom! That's how I do it. That's how I do it. What the hell is going on here? So yeah, these machines are really cool. And obviously with a proper lineup with people loading, reloading, if you want to move it around, you can do so with your friends more efficiently. So yeah, they're really cool. And you have them in stationary versions or mobile versions like these ones. Yeah, I mean, if people are logging in now, you know, people can, let's see. People can, our GM will help teleport here.
I see you in 10 seconds.
Oh my god, not Oh my god, let me out, dog. Oh my god, let me out, bro.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
Oh, it's fucking Lourdes. What the fuck? I think it was you.
Getting dark. Is there something going on with the live? Let me take a look. I'm sure the guys are aware if there's something going on. T. Wilson, if you make a little help chats, I think the gyms will support you here whenever you can. Yeah, there have been teleporting people here that just type in help chats.
Alright, time to be AFK for 10 seconds. See you in 10.
Okay, so this is the one we talked about, right? On Discord. And we may have some options that will tweak the function of this. What in the hell? Bang! Are we switching sides or what's going on? Are we... what side is this?
I would never swing on you, Henrik. I would never do
No.
it. Let me get one bomb.
Whoa! The Thunder Lash. So all flaggers, are we switching side or did I miss something? Maybe I did, right? Because we have a lot of banners in here. Whoops. We're setting for round 2. Alright. So, but are banners on the defenders or what? Did I miss that part? It looks like there are mostly banner users in here.
Who did
so.
this to you?
Some bastard.
Yeah, for
So
real,
are the banners on the defender side this time?
You tell me, big man.
I didn't know if I missed it or what, because I see only banners in here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, man. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
It seemed like the safe move to put a banner on, so.
So attacks were short by half the defenders. Yeah. I'm with us that far. The question is, banners on the defender side or attackers? New round. We could actually so we're already 2 hours in. Time flies when craziness is happening. Let's see if we do this a little while we wait for a possible round. So it doesn't get too late. But it's really awesome. We did expect a few complications with the new updated threading, which is really nice to see. That I'm gonna see if we have any node issues whatsoever or if it's all good. Nothing. It's all good. On PTR, that is. No, on Real 5 is not with TC. That is the big next after TC. So yeah, really good, really promising with the TC results on the network side. But it looks like there was some issues with live, right? Are there still issues with live or not? Let me take a look. No, I don't see. Live is not down. The freezes are the main issue. What, is it frozen now? Live? Or was it on a node or what? I can't see any direct issues. No issues on live. Alright, so maybe a fluke for a few people, I don't know. Okay, good. Alright, good. A big delay on live. So some have delay on live on specific node or something. So the free months start with the Epic Launch, which includes the Unreal 5 engine update, new player experience, and a few more things. And that's after the free month. That is when subscription is required. I know it went down. All right. So I guess it was some possible some disconnects. So yeah, let's see. Should it be all right then? Now I guess. Wild in Meduli. All right. Yeah, let's see if it comes down. If we are good. Yeah, there was one node acting up, so I guess that was the Meduli one. All right. So yeah, if people are up for another round of madness, you can log in and write in the help chat, and our GM will port you to this location. Hope you guys make it something you need to apply to your account, or at least log in on first time to start counting down. Yeah, Sebastian have that. Should be under control. So when you start you start a free month, so you decide that that should be covered if I'm not mistaken. Sebastian was on that earlier. And we want meteors and invasion events. It's the best point of interest. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Got stuck in a little ice dome. Yes, so, you know, we have the relic wars, as we call it. Whoa, whoa. But like I said, there's a lot of cool stuff that we're gonna list up on in the community, and thanks with your help, we will make the upcoming roadmap. So that's how we will define upcoming content. Sub will go live after a free month when we have deployed and released on Epic Games platform. So subscription will come with Unreal 5 or TC? With Unreal 5, the Epic Game release. When we release on Epic Games, we have the Unreal 5 patch. It's kind of the same patch. And that's when a free month starts, and then a subscription is required to continue play the game. So this is the first step, TC. And then we have a little bit more of development before Unreal 5 an Epic Game patch happens. Whoa, 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 whoa! What is going on here?
Oh no!
What in the earth?
Oh no!
What in the earth?
Look away!
I shouldn't have walked in here. Bam! Boom. Oh, do you see that rainbow effect out here? That looks really sweet. I haven't noticed that before, actually. Sweet. The little, do you see that little rainbowish effect? Quite sweet. Already my free month. So we will obviously post an update on all information in regards of that. Exactly when the free month starts and how to start that. We will cover that when we get a little bit closer. So yeah, it will be clear when it's time. Big Smith, if you go to our website, you will see a big counter on the website, which you can't miss. That is a countdown for TC going live. So we're getting quite close, as you can see. These are our final preparations and polishing that we're doing right now on PTR. Yeah, let me start the giveaway. So if you tune in, follow and !M2. And I will do the giveaway in a moment. Let me see if it's actually running. It is, yes. I can jump to this for a moment, so it's clear for a moment while people are prepping for a little round of Siege. So yeah, I will do the giveaway in a moment. Just type that command and you are up for grabs. So there will be a detailed update of how the security system, the new security system works, the nation conflicts, or I would say the nation zones, and the criminal update to that. So we will also have that covered in documentation on the website. So it's very clear. That is the content for the TC patch. No, sorry, the Epic patch, Unreal 5 Engine Epic patch. So yeah, I will give it a minute more, so some more people have time to sign up for the giveaway. !M2. We're going to allow us to hibernate the free month until that time we can log in. Yeah, that is the plan. Sebastian said that it looks like we can do that, which means if you're away during Epic Release or whatever, and whenever you get back, you should be able to start that when you want. It sounds like Sebastian White was quite certain that is the case. So we're gonna try to make that happen. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get the damn bolts. So when it comes to the loot window, I think that should also be in the updated TC manuals on the website, right? If not, we will make sure that it is up to date. We try to make sure that has all the relevant updated information in regards of how the system works. So you can read up on the siege mechanics, the supply systems. The supply defense is, you know, the prevention of ninja sieges and gives the siege windows pretty much. So it's important to be up to date on how that works when TC gets released. So you can actually focus on focusing on your defense value. So it's harder to be a victim of ninja siege. I thought about making a grace command that will allow horses that are commanded to stay on top of grass node and can eat grass while idle. Yes, that's actually something we discussed, that it makes sense that it could kind of linger around and slowly fed itself. That makes sense, and it's a cool little feature. So I think that is suitable. It's just a question of when we'll commit to that. The list of cool features and stuff and quality of life is quite long, as you know. So it's just a matter of prioritizing those specific things. Feel like every house will be wiped at the end of the month. Zegnugs, no. First of all, it's quite a process to siege someone. If they have focused on upping their defense, it's gonna be even harder and more expensive to siege someone. So we always put that in mind to make sure that you need to have a great commitment and reason to actually siege someone, such as you know, your obvious enemy. Just going out in the wild, seeing a random house and siege it for no reason, you know, is not really worth it. There's no interest in it and profit in it. So that shouldn't be a common thing. That's how we try to design the balancing costs and everything around that. Being able to build and live in this world is a huge thing for a lot of people, from hardcore to casual players. And to build up, decorate them with wares and such should be very enjoyable. It's a big popular feature. Just like in UO, just building and decorate your house was something that people spend years of, and you know, and obviously if you can just go there and steal it all in one go, that will never happen. People will not use those mechanics and functions. So that is why we need to make sure that the costs required to siege a random house is, you know, quite the process, and you can't just instantly loot everything from this house because of these obvious reasons also, if you do commit to a siege. So there's a timer where it's a grace period for the owners to act before it goes public. So there are a certain amount of hours that your house may be in a rubble state, which means only you can access it, no one else, during these hours. And after a certain amount of hours, days, it's free for all. So you have a secured, what is it, 1-2 days window where you can access it. Alright, shall we do the giveaway, guys? Exclamation mark M2. I think it's time. This is not Battle Royale, that is true. You can do Battle Royale stuff in it, but obviously with long-term commitment and consequences. This is a true sandbox MMORPG, where we need persistent content, achievements, building cities, houses, with a somewhat safe window to take care of that, rather than having a more instant rust, blow up things in 5 minutes, steal things and replay, right? You know, obviously there's a clear difference on the persistent part of the commitment, right? Oh. Right, I think it's time for the giveaway. Let's run it. We were discussing something like that, old Greg, like a convenient way to try to get back on track, to minimize some of the loss and pain of redoing things. We discussed a bit of that. You know, look at EVE Online, for instance, they have the insurance system, right? That gives you back a certain value of your ship commitment. So you get some of the money back when that ship is lost to kind of get back on your feet. So firstly we have the cooldown system to make sure that you can access those things during that window when no one else can. It may be suitable to have an option where you can actually reconstruct it on top of a rubble. Maybe makes sense, maybe a good idea, to give a convenient option if you want to try to commit to rebuild, right? Alright, let's do the giveaway. We are getting above our 2 hour and almost 2.5 hour mark. Yeah, obviously you wouldn't stand at the rubble next to your enemies and pull things out, right? Alright, giveaway time it is. Let's roll it. Let's roll it. Alright. Here goes. Here goes. Definitely has in the love small groups and solo players who need to drive around to work with. Yeah, absolutely, old Greg. That's true. Congratulations, all of Demis. Congratulations, all of Demis. Rigged. Earl of Demis. Demis. Let's see. Do we have Earl here? Yeah. What is it? His second time of win. There's something about this that I'm not too fond of. Demise. Crash? What? No? No crash? No crash. Do we have some people that create multiple Twitch accounts to increase chance? Is that what people are doing? Is it so? Of course. Maybe we need to include a new rule for upcoming giveaways that tackle this a little bit. A little bit. For upcoming giveaways. Yeah, I will look into that for upcoming giveaways. For now, we stick to what we have been doing. So let me grab that key. Earl of Demise. Are you a more veteran? Or what? Has been following for a long time. Yeah, yeah. I couldn't see on the list. All of the Mies. Do you see the DM? Been playing since MO2 Alpha. I would give the key to a friend which always wanted to try the game. I see. Alright, you saw my DM. So that is the key for that giveaway. Alright, congratulations for the roll today. And that concludes the Mortal giveaway. Let's see how things are going on the Siege setup round 2. Are we advancing it? We have a lot of people running around doing random stuff. Not sure where we are here. Some goddamn gameplay, man. Goddamn gameplay. Here we are. One more key piece. We do them quite regular, right? Pretty much every week since... I don't remember whenever I started doing these streams. So once a week, we have that opportunity, right? Welcome to the chat room. What the hell happened? Why does it say welcome to chat room to me? Did my chat die, guys? Do you hear me still? Am I here? I guess alright. Next giveaway, a year's worth of subscription time when it starts. Yep. Okay, good. It looked like it behaved a little bit strange. Where did Henrik go? Who's Forania? Forania! Ooh. Steintrolls. They will come in good time. They will come. Thank you, Satan Sweet. Got a black screen. What do you mean with a black screen on the stream? Look at this beastie armored Campadon. Look at this baby. Look at this beast. Beautiful, mighty Campadon. Look at it. Look at it. Look at the details on this. Look at it. Looks hella good. Indeed. Really nice armor design. Just lovely. Just lovely. Just lovely. Got some dudes going here. And did you play mode 1 or mode 2 more? I mean, there's been session when obviously I played a lot of Mortal 1, right? It's been up for over 10 years. So obviously quite some time there. Mortal 2, I've been extreme stress level at a lot of the time, especially around Steam release, obviously. I was very active during the combat beta, running in with squads on a daily basis. And then work got real tough and I had to crunch immensely, which gave me no time left after work other than sleep, shower and food. So yeah, obviously naturally over time, over the years, collected quite a few hours in Mortal 1. That looks cool. But obviously I'm slowly ramping up on time in Mortal 2 as well. I have a session where I can finally dedicate some time again and running around, enjoy the game with real life friends that I've been playing with and had a blast. And hopefully when we reach the big milestone starting with TC, but also the Epic Game release obviously is kind of like the re-release revenge to get things in a much better position with all those core features, capacity, performance, new player experience and picking up marketing again. Hopefully there are some room for breathe a little bit and enjoy the game further around work. Getting stuck in collision, it's a little bit tricky. We do whatever we can to secure it. The issue is that we heavily rely on Unreal Engine's physics collision. It's a core system in the engine that we use, and in most cases it does a good job in trying to clear space for you to be as a character without being stuck. Sometimes that goes a little bit foobar. And due to the complexity of this game, where you have endless amount of combination and crazy stuff, you know, there are room for some of those problematic situations may occur. But obviously, the key is if we can reproduce an issue, that usually give us the means to also be able to work with it and find solution or add checks and code bits that secure that step that goes wrong to solve such issues. But it is a challenge because, like I said, it's in the engine and we use the game engine. Holy shit.
He ballisted my horse.
System flat. Oh my.
Yes, and then he started trash talking me, so he's getting it. That'll be my last one, but that hurt my feelings when he ballisted my horse in the face. Knocked me out.
Yeah.
Been having a lot of fun with the test run, Henrik.
Yeah,
doing a great job.
It's really nice. Thank you.
Yeah, it's super cool. Oh.
Man, really? You are griefing me at priest. You killed me 6 times and you are calling me trash talker. Come on. At public, stop.
You know what to do, Adolf.
When can we change race like in MO1? We will see about that a little bit later, what we may be able to do when it comes to
oh my god.
Possible change race in a very specific setup with specific rules. You know, as you know, reputation, your name and who you are matters and should matter. So you can't just go into a room and completely change clade and setup and everything. Reputation is, you know, removed. So that is a requirement, right? But there, we have discussed that there could be a way where you can commit to that without completely change everything, you know, like name and such. So we'll look into it when it's time.
Sandwiches, Coca-Cola, Pepsi.
We're happy about the last PTR. The last PTR have been obviously extremely important to confirm important fixes, balance changes, and as we mentioned, the biggest and last component on the network side that is important for main performance capacity is what have been one of the main focus during these last sessions to make sure we're in a good position there. So extremely important, and the players have been extremely helpful to participate in doing what they can by, you know, playing, testing and reporting issues and balance things like that. Is that a girl? So yeah, obviously we are extremely happy with all your support. Without your support, things would have most likely been more rough, right? Yeah, this little girl running around. That happens, you know, that happens. So yeah, absolutely. PTR in general have been a great success to help us refine our patches. So obviously we're gonna keep the PTR system for future updates, systems and patches to hopefully get as much help as possible from those that are interested in trying the patches and content out, to give us feedback and help us, you know, have that refined patch that we want. What are we doing over here? Oh my god! Do we have a side siege here? Boom! Boom! Holy shit, they are really bombarding with lightnings. Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! Peter was the right decision, Henrik. Good move. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we had quite some discussion regarding those are not to play around with. We have a lot of discussion around PTR, right? That we can see the obvious pros, and there's a few cons. Obviously, the pros outweighs the cons, but there are some things that needs to be, you know, taking some time to go through that process. And like I said, there will be patches where there may be no interest whatsoever. Which obviously won't then, you know, be as helpful perhaps in terms of you know, refinements. But like I said, I'm very happy with having the external QA team that are doing a really good job. They're actually becoming really good at Mortal 9, learn the game really well, and commit a lot of time into both learning and testing and polishing and making sure our patches is very polished as a baseline, and then of course everything else we can get help from within the community that obviously is the masters of how to play Mortal 9. that is obviously extremely helpful to also obtain along with our patches. Yeah, we've been adding NPCs and services along with PTR that will you know, increase the efficiency, so you can obtain all these things quickly and just by grabbing them pretty much. So we're getting those things in place as well. So yeah, it's getting improved for sure. Magic Emporium. Have you guys seen all the new buildings since last PTR? They're really, really beautiful and majestic. Yeah, the keys giveaway absolutely gave us both new players and interested players to give it a shot. You know, we all know that obviously timing is something we can't always control when it comes to other cool games that comes out, and there is this limbo. We haven't patched for a long time. We're all waiting for TC.
You want some cookies?
And all of a sudden, awesome RP games such as Baldur's Gate 3, for instance, release. You know, stuff like that happens every now and then. And I would understand it's a good opportunity to dig into Baldur's Gate 3 while, you know, you're waiting for the patch and you're not very interested in being on PTR. That's, you know, understandable. And also the majority isn't, what the hell, interested in participating in PTR, right? So, but yeah, obviously you can notice that there's a little bit less action on live servers during the release of those games. So hopefully the majority of those players will be finished with Baldur's Gate when TC release, because the guild will need support when it comes to if you have strongholds or keep locations that are in hot conflict that you may wanna fight for and control and such. So it's gonna be exciting with all that kind of action and conflicts. But yeah, you know, there's always gonna be great games, right? Releasing. That doesn't mean it's game over for Mortal 2. That's one of the beautiful things with Mortal 2 is that every patch there are something interesting for some players, and some new features may open up a whole new audience group of players that are, you know, want to play Mortal 9. And that's one of the beautiful things. There's over time this game gonna be crazy because you're gonna be able to do so much and play the game in so different ways that, you know, it's like a grand sandbox that offer something for everyone. Right now it may not offer something for everyone, but soon it will offer something for everyone, including extremely casual players. Look at this girl! Look at that girl! You know what I mean? So, and I mean, there's all these cool games, Dark and Darker, like I said, Baldur's Gate. There's gonna be some other this year that obviously gonna be cool. You can play through them, and some of them, you know, gonna be awesome games. But this is a game that if there's something of depth of interesting in this for you, and or if you play with a cool gang and there's some interesting conflicts, people come back to this game. And we have a tendency that's based on player feedback that we ruin the others' MMO experience because we spoil them in a way, in experience that you don't get in any other MMO currently. There's so few types of games like this. So if you got deep into this game and then you try another MMO, you're gonna feel, damn man, why? I'm missing the reward, I'm missing the risks, the unique player experience. So a lot of people come back to this game. And this is a game that you can take long breaks from, and you can come back after a few months or even a year, and you're gonna see, holy shit, there's so much new content, features to just dig into. And this is exactly the same reason that happened to me personally when I started playing. I started from Ultima Online, right? Almost every other single MMO game that came out of that feels like, why? Why? It has less risk, less reward, less brain usage, you know, less of player knowledge, skills, less of everything, and more like dumbed down, follow the question mark, you know. WoW clone, theme park games. Obviously it can be chill and relaxing to enjoy like more casual.
Now attacking and attacking, defending?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Nebulous will control it.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, there are only a few games, MMO games, really, you know, was exciting to me, like Star Wars Galaxies, a little bit EVE Online, there's a few more that kind of gave me some of that candy that I can't get in most other casual MMOs. I mean, I tried to commit to World of Warcraft with some friends. We couldn't. It was impossible. But yeah, we were ruined by Ultima Online, I would say. Just like we recognize some people say the same thing about Mortal Line. They got into Mortal Line, then they moved on to another MMO, tried them out, and they got back, said, nah man, I can't. Kinda a similar thing, right? And it's interesting. Henrik Online, I actually play that also quite a bit. There was a few components there that kind of caught my interests. It's quite an unlikely MMO that should caught my interest that much, but it had some cool things that I kind of enjoyed. So yeah, I actually played Henrik Online on and off for a few years. But yeah, mostly obviously Ultima Online, Star Wars Galaxies, some Henrik Online. There were a few other that I played a little bit. But yeah, obviously it's hard to spend
Henrik, you should stop lying.
too many hours in
You owe me some pizza already, you know that.
too many MMOs. Nadavio, so the thing is, I actually... Wait. Who is it? We actually have a feature that I talked about a few years ago in the Mortal community that actually is Dark and Darker. You know, but we didn't know the interest in it. Now when we've seen the interest in that kind of mechanic, yeah, we're gonna add it. The question is when. So we're gonna add that as one of the options on the community interaction, and if the majority picks that one out of the few features we're gonna decide on that period for that roadmap, we're gonna add that to the game. So I actually described the features and function behind, very similar to Dark and Darker a few years ago, and people thought it was an interesting concept, sound interesting, and we're gonna describe it a bit more in depth. But yeah, you recognize it more heavily by the name of Dark and Darker, and that's a feature that's going to be implemented into this game. You will be able to go to another dimension and have kind of like a Dark and Darker session in there, and then you go out from that dimension again back to this dimension. So yeah. Yeah, they have some problems obviously with that game, right? For some obvious reasons. Contracts is there for a reason, and yes, most likely gonna be a process where they may find a suitable solution for both sides. But yeah, you never know, right? You never know. But it's quite understandable what happened, and a little bit unfortunate. And I mean, there's a big interest in that game. Is the dimension in space? No. So Mortal 9, here's multiple dimension in this world and universe, as you may already know. There's one called Otherworld, and in one of these dimensions you can travel to with your group, and then another group can travel to this one as well with the same amount of numbers, and you will go through this location of the dungeon. There will be threats, there will be rewards, there will be traps, and of course the other team that is your threat also. Only one side can survive out of this place and get back with your valuables and rewards to this dimension that we live in. So it's a cool concept. I always liked it. I designed that in the old Mortal design documents back in 2005. Shall we mute him? So yeah, but like I said, there are so many cool features that we want to present to you guys, and you will help us create the upcoming roadmaps. I'm not sure if we have that NPC in the initial pack, Ganadorn. Let's get an option to have a spellcast default as self-casts. Yeah, there's several requests for additional hotkeys, functions for combat spells and such that we will most likely try to cover over time in small of those quality of life additional options. Possible to make that after picking up the master book satchel, an empty leather bag remains. And then even if someone else picked it up before, you will still know exactly where it is located and return to this place again. In addition, the game already has a model for an empty leather bag, the same one in which master books holds, and therefore no additional time is required to implement this idea. Yeah, I mean, everything is possible, right? It's just a matter again of how do we distribute our manpower. We are still a small team. Hopefully we will be able to keep expanding and grow even more after the Epic game release, with hopefully more resources, and we can cover more of these different things that we think fit the game. Quality of life and obviously features, content, more of everything, right? So with all these votes, features getting bigger and bigger and bigger, are we gonna get a ranked choice voting or something? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a few different categories, right? Like I said, RP, maybe one category, RP socializing, one maybe combat, one maybe dungeon PvE, one maybe magic school. Oh my god. And so forth, right? So a few groups, and then we're gonna present like 2 to 3 options under each group, and then we're gonna have a certain order of things that, okay, so obviously we can't just say because there are a loud crowd of we want PvP always, right? So we're gonna make sure that there's something in every category for all types of different players and different styles, so there's something for everyone. And then we're gonna try to make an order like, okay, this is the winner for the RP socializing elements, like table games or something, FOIP system, whatever that may be. Additional surrender, interaction, player interaction stuff. It could be anything, right? We have quite a list there. And then we have the adrenaline special ability move, for instance, when it comes to combat. That is one clear one. We have the veteran system as one. So we're gonna make sure that no matter what you pick, we need to pick one of each category, right? And then we create the roadmap based on that. So does it make sense when I'm trying to explain here what the plan is to present that? Can we vote on a town crier or something rather than in streams or Discord? We will see what kind. We will see what kind of suitable ways to make your voice heard. If it should be. If we make something easable, interactable when in the client or something, so we know that you are a current player, you are a player, we know that. If we need something more on top of the forum interaction, obviously the forum is great because we can have a discussion, we can explain the things, we can have votes in different ways there, and we can discuss the things, right? So we will see if we want to tie on top of that with something client-based game vote related, or if it's enough to have the community forum tools. But yeah, we'll make sure that, because like I said, it's a sandbox, right? And every time the game grows in the various different areas, it's interesting for different types of players, right? So it's important that, I mean, now we have added a lot of magic to the game, so it's not that we are lacking magic. The main request for a lot of players was real projectile based spells. And that's exactly what we got with elementalism, right? And elementalism grew a little bit too much than we expected, because all the limitation was gone, so we went a little bit too crazy, going back to old design. That's kind of pushed it quite further than time-wise than we were first expecting. But now it's, pretty much almost done here, finally. The other groups won't be as wide as many. I mean, elementalism is almost like 4-5 magic schools in terms of amount, right? So it's a big school, but it has a lot of different interesting magic and what some of the majority wanted in this type of game as well when it comes to real projectiles that you can dodge and so on. So with that said, obviously it's not that critical that we need to add these certain schools quickly after. It could be that, you know, we're slowing down a little bit of magic until some other fields have catched up, like, you know, we have thievery, we have assassination, poisoning assassin skills that are a lot of players interested in that kind of play style. And you know, we have the ARP elements, we have table games, we want to play blackjack and Texas Hold'em in taverns, play with in-game currency and just have a blast. I can't wait personally until I can sit in a tavern with the community, voiping, and play Texas Hold'em with you guys, and you know, take your gold and just enjoy this social interaction. Just chill, you know. So there's a lot of cool stuff on the upcoming roadmaps. But yeah, obviously eventually we will have the next magic school, and we're gonna present 3 or so magic schools that are suitable to be the next one, and obviously you will pick which one will be the next one. We have big features that also, you know, again opening up for a lot of new players that all have their eyes on the game, but they really want to play as pirates, for instance. They want to sail the world. They enjoy games like Sea of Thieves and other, you know, sailing games like that. And obviously this is a perfect game that also obviously needs a boat system, right? There's a lot of areas and functions and features that will tie to those features. So obviously that is one of the options that we want to cover. The question is when. I think I'm getting full here.
You're free, Henrik, you're free.
So yeah. Did he die? Yeah, lockpicking chest, that is the thievery profession, so that is one feature. A lot of people have been, you know, waiting to get back to be a thief, just like in Mortal Kombat 1. It was a really cool profession. We want to refine the skills or the functions a little bit to make sure it has proper risk reward. It lacked a little bit of the risk penalty in the first game, so we're gonna make sure we add that this time around, so it gets a little bit better balance and is a little bit more fun also to be a thief. What in the earth? So so yeah, it looks like thievery in rogue assassination is kind of one category, but obviously you can go further or less in either of them, but they're kind of under the same umbrella, I think. So obviously that is a quite popular profession. What is... I'm overloaded. I'm overloaded. I'm overloaded. What is he doing here? I'm not sure. Will we see fencing weapons? Yes. We have quite a few weapon groups we want to add over time. Also, that is going to be one option, like what kind of weapon gear. Do we want more armors, a few armor packs, or do we want a new weapon group, or do we want to expand handle and head types on some of the current weapon types? So that's also going to be a community debates. What would we like to have first? Do we want fist weapon groups? Do we want throwing weapons? Do we want crossbows? Those are some of the options. Some grass, eh? Can't remember if I asked this before in an old stream, but any potential changes for containers in dungeons? Points of interest can feel unrewarding clearing points of interest with empty or a few silver coins. Yeah. So there's a few things happening there. We're expanding the loot system for those points of interest in dungeons and such. But we're also adding new types of interactions, starting with TC already. I'm quite excited about that, and hopefully you will enjoy the additional content when it comes to that. So yeah, you're gonna get a taste of that along with the TC patch, and then you will get even more of this same kind of functions in the epic patch. Fist fighting skill allow not to interrupt magic like in EO. I mean, we have a similar function where you can holy shit, be interrupted when casting spells, as you know, and you have a skill that also reduces that kind of interruption. So it's a little bit similar. A little bit similar. Why you have so much grass? I don't know. This guy's giving me grass. Magician staff. So that is another magic school called staff magic. That will be one of the options most likely when it comes to picking the next new magic school. So that will offer you a traditional type of Gandalf style or a more monk style using staff. A lot of focus on creating and bounding to that staff. That is the key for your magic. And you can obviously wield that staff along with casting spells and also strike with that staff. Harmonism is another school. It's the bard like magic school. I don't remember, what was it, like 13 or 12 magic schools in total. And we have what, how many now? Echo, Spirit, Necro, Elementalism. We have 4, right? So there's quite a bunch left that will come over time. Some of them are a little bit more rare, some of them are more common. And we most likely start with the more common one that offers very interesting, unique playstyles. And then over time, slowly we will go to the rare ones that are supposed to be rare and very specific. And since everyone won't tap into that, it's most likely that we're going to add those later in the development also. Yeah, there's a few schools that I would say is quite interesting when it comes to very specific combat. And I would think it is mentalism, staff magic, and maybe also a little bit, what's the name of it? What is it? Animism. I think it's that one as well. Those have interesting options to be close encounters, blinking around, morphing your limbs. Yeah, stuff like that. That is quite naturally viable while in close range and also melee at some points. So there's obviously a lot of interesting additional styles on the horizon. You can get a disabled trade. That may be something that we may need over time because, as you can see here, but it's not as common, I would say. Now we have some audience, I'm streaming. It's always fun to do crazy stuff, right? I don't think it's as common as a issue or annoyance playing normally as a normal player, right? If I'm not mistaken, I don't think so, at least. But obviously, if that becomes a problem, we can always add it. What magic class has blink in it? I think it's mentalism, if I'm not mistaken. quite sure it's mentalism. So that is why I'm very much looking forward to mentalism, because it has some cool mechanic where if you are thin, lightweight, not heavy gear, you are very effective at moving around with blink-like mechanics. Yeah, that's also why we don't have tradables in combat, right? So when you're in combat and need to focus on that, you can't get trade requests. Yeah, exactly. Best cyber. You mentioned your team is small. Can you expand on members you have, like how many coders, artists, etc.? Yeah, we are around 40 something developers today, which is a quite small team to be creating this kind of large scale MMO game. Usually are around a few hundred developers when creating this type of game. The large one, or even 1,000 developers being involved in these giant MMOs. So obviously we always have to find our own system set up, pipelines to make things viable at all, to make something like this. But yeah, absolutely, we would like to increase our team further, because obviously we see where there are room to expand, there are room to reinforce, there are room to just simply expand in various areas to be able to produce even more. The thing is, a lot of MMOs out there, they set up, this is the game, they create it, they polish it, and they release it, and that's it. And it's not that they don't really expand on it a lot, because the majority of that team have already moved on to a new project. There are the common focus on those games are more like, okay, so how do we make an expansion, or like new dungeons, maybe a few new levels, new lands. You know, that's a common thing, right? So it's still the same game to like 95%. But that's the beautiful thing with Mortal Online. It completely expands, like new games inside this game every few months when we release new features. Just like I said, for instance, you can become a pirate when we have the boat system. Not only that, it's going to be a quite complicated, advanced, really cool crafting system, how you build the ships, how you put weapons on them, and then of course how you sail and use those ships out in the world. So there's a lot, many different features coming over time that will just make the game interesting for more and more types of players. So obviously, being more developers in all the different areas will help expanding in those various areas and features and content even more efficiently and faster. But yeah, I mean, the main cost obviously is salaries to run a team. Pay the salaries. In Sweden have one of the highest taxes in the world. It's an expensive thing, right? That's where all the fundings goes, the majority. And then of course we also have maintaining all licenses, hardware and servers. It's obviously also a constant upkeep cost that we need to cover, hence the subscription, you know, so we can have a regular flow is the plan to cover all the expenses, to keep running it and keep expanding and keep giving you a better game over time, and a, you know, ever expanding game over many years to come. So yeah, absolutely. We will absolutely like to continue grow in a controlled fashion, because also when you reach a certain amount of developers, things changes in terms of how you, you know, efficiency changes depending on how many are and what, you know, there are different transition in how everything works. So it's interesting, you know, from 5 developers to 12, there's a big change quickly. When you're around like we are now, 40, there's a challenge that change also when it comes to communication. We are working a lot on remote, which also requires even more effective communication, so everyone, you know, knows exactly what is needed from everyone. So that is always a challenge as well, and eventually we will need more project manager, team leads in different areas to make sure that everything works efficiently. Conway's Law, yeah, I think that is the expression that I was looking for that kind of describes a little bit what I'm talking about. So that's a challenge also. So we can't just say, we are throwing in a bunch of developers because it's going to be chaos and a mess, and it will not be effective until we have a proper pipeline and setup for everyone and clear structure for everyone to follow. So that's something that we have been experiencing also, that, okay, now, you know, this is a challenge. We need to really invest some time in those areas. So it's a ever-evolving work and challenge in so many different ways. Project managers and consultants, we the devs, we call them useless people. Exactly. Useless people. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? When you see different things start to, you know, kind of get behind or suffer in different ways or mistakes happening, that's when you see, okay, you know, here's an area now we need to draw our focus and attention on to make sure that is running smooth. And so that it's not only the development, right, being a challenge, it's all these different steps that you may not consider at all until you actually go through them. So yeah, we wanna keep on expanding in a controlled way, and be able to give you more content faster. Yeah, I think you there was joking on that one, Mater. It's necessary, right? At a certain degree, when you depending on what you reach in the development. Was going in game. Got some walkers spawned around me. I think that's what's going on. Here. Never be AFK in this game if you don't want to risk craziness. That's a good rule, right? I think we remove some grass and do this. Damn. Oh my god! I thought he was a zombie. What in the earth's name? What the?
You killed him, Henrik.
No, it wasn't me.
You just murdered that poor man.
It wasn't me. It was a zombie.
He was my friend.
It wasn't me, man. It was a zombie.
It was my fucking friend, Henrik.
It's okay. It's okay. He's here. Navy, come on, man. He's the grass feeder. That's how I interact with people. No, I'm very nice to all our children of Nave. You know, mostly, as long as they're somewhat nice to me. Do you ever play online secretly? Absolutely, just hates. I do.
Gamers, remember to vote for TV when it comes out.
Yep. Yeah, I play every now and then on live. Was a little bit while ago now. I play with some real life friends. We enjoyed it a lot. We went out as a group and went on an adventure until we run into some major danger. But whoops. But yeah, it's obviously it's really fun to play with friends, and I've been doing that quite a bit every now and then. And yeah, a lot of the periods I have been extremely busy working on the game, so there are times that I have been a little bit disconnected, obviously, for obvious reasons. But I try to play as much as possible. I enjoy the game a lot, obviously, and I'm missing a lot of the team fights. So, you know, starting yesterday when I got back into some team fights in Chaos, I felt the rush and I felt shit. I've been missing this. I wanna get more of that. The problem is obviously I don't want people to think that we are corrupt and that I'm joining sides to destroy enemies. Obviously, I'm a little bit of a non-factor playing as a one man. I'm not really changing the fate of an outcome of a battle, but I would love to be able to participate, be in fights and wars, and enjoy that part of the game also, because I think it's super fun. And I'm quite rusty. I need to practice my combat skills, dueling skills a little bit to get back on where I used to be, around combat beta, where I was at a better level than now. Holy shit, looks like we are having a little fight over here. I'm a little bit over. Yeah, I got a little, some gear for testing purposes. Some survival gear when I'm on this camera guy. This is not a combat character really, it's more a recording character. Look how cool that looks. When I spread the blood, I mean the fire. So cool. Holy shit. Yeah, I got some protection, you know. Last night we had a moonlight, really nice, and we saw all this fire on the sky. It's so beautiful. I got some really nice shot of that. No, this is camera gear. It's non-viable gear in the game, as you can understand, right? Pew. Pew. How are we looking here? Oh, we are losing the ball. Whoa! Ay 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 ay. My elite healing skills. No, we're looking to possibly add a defense damage value for some of the magic that makes sense. There's some burn in the magic that obviously should damage wooden structures and machineries, right? Currently it's blunt only. There is blunt in elementalism spells, and those do damage, so those work. But not the magical types, if that makes sense. The weapon, the damage, magical damage types. But the blunt types, like if you throw a boulder, that is more blunt damage. So all blunt damage do give damage to these structural machines. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is weak to magic. Indeed. I was too weak to pull this bow, right? Yeah. Ooh. Not a good arse on this character. Can only use a little short one. A little short one. So we're gonna let PTR run because we are doing some specific tests, additional tests. We're gonna patch a few things when it comes to client performance, which we also are testing and confirming on PTR. So I can't say exactly when at this time when we are shutting it down. So obviously we're taking the opportunity to let it run. It's also good to continue the network server data just run over time when people are just, you know, logging in, doing some random stuff. Even though it's not high traffic, it's still various stuff that is good to have running in the background. And just collect data. Make sure everything is nice and solid. Did I even reach them? What? What? I can't see. Am I too short? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! 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 Did he shoot me in the back? Oh, oh! Whoa! Whoa! Wow! 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 Yeah, it's really cool to see Elementalism getting into this position. As you can see, it's a good, school for sieging, both on the defender side and obviously offender side, and it's just epic and awesome to see it in action. Right? Look at that bastard trying to snipe me. 6 damage. Not the most powerful. Dang. Damn. Need to practice my Quake rails. Damn, what a leg.
Hey, fuck him up! Fuck him up! Hey, you down there, you suck.
What the hell? How did that miss? Oh. Damn! What a crappy bow. Seven. Bam. 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 He's dodging too much, send him to the moon. I need that longbow. Oops. 0 damage. Not a very pro. Whoa! That was a surprise. That was a surprise. Who did that? Who did that? The meta looks cool and played in a while. Might log in and restart the character when that comes out. So Elementalism is out except 2 of the categories. So Elementalism is a very large school. It has what, 70 spells in total with entities. And we have, how many do we have now? Is it 40 guys? Help me, my brain is off without the juice. I was betrayed, eh? Yeah, maybe someone was back shooting me. So a lot of the spells that you see now that we're shooting are currently live, but obviously the rest of them, we got 20 new spells with the TC patch, which is very interesting spell types. Yeah, 40 out of 70, so that sounds about right. yeah, looks like we have the house loot and some of the visual issues with defense values ticking up and down correctly should be in order as well, so we will deploy that to confirm. Correlations on those walls seems to way too small to me. I'd say they need to double the height, and they had double height, but we decided to reduce them because of player gameplay. You couldn't aim down, you couldn't hit people that are close to the wall. It was quite an annoyance, quite struggling. So it's actually based on playability. So it's much easier to watch down, get a better view, and aim down and have more combat. So that is the reason. But yeah, visually we started out almost twice the height because it looks more realistic, right? But obviously we all know how gameplay are above looks, right? And that's the reason why we lowered it and made it more convenient to you know, defend it in an efficient way. That's the key, right? So that's why it's better like this. Yeah, gameplay wise I think most agree on that. Am I right? Am I right or what? Feel free to chime in if you agree that it's an improvement, because that's the goal, right? To make sure you can utilize these gaps and staying on the walls and have better options to defend. That was revenge for sending your goons to kill me yesterday, Henrik. Dremlock. Did I kill you yesterday? I can't remember, eh? I can't remember. Whoa, 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 whoa! Waking up straight in a freaking tornado. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! That's crazy. That's crazy. I guess much better like this. It's easier even for heavy footies to shoot from walls. Yeah, and that was the goal. So I'm happy to hear that's the result of it. Yeah, bombarding the gates. Could be a little taller, but make crouching a thing. Not sure when we can expect something like that. Yeah, we do have plans to add crouching. We have discussed that, and it's absolutely doable. We want to make sure we do it correctly, so you can use it correctly. Maybe even crouching, crawling or something. So, but yeah, it's a matter of time. Again, when do we need it? Is the question. When do we commit? Those holes on tower and strongholds should be small so you can't fall through them. Okay, so that's a question I have for you guys. You know the stronghold? There are these holes in a stronghold on the sides and up on the roof that are wider, that allows you to jump down. Would we want to keep that, so you have that as an option? Or is that an annoyance and we should make it more narrow so you can't jump down or accidentally fall down? Do we have any opinion in here about that one? But you fall through these one as well. I thought I remember the stronghold holes was wider and allows you to jump out. If you keep as is, you need to form of slow fall or it kills the player. So you follow this as well. So is everyone on the page that we should close it so you can't, I mean make it more narrow so you can't drop out? Is that okay. Yeah. So you think we should narrow it down so you can't fall down? Is that a total agreement on that one or not? Obviously, hole in that height, yeah, maybe doesn't make much bonuses because you will die. Stronghold in lower height, you may survive, right? But in the tallest, you may die again. Am I right? Do we have our priest here? Oh. So yeah, okay, so maybe we need to add that to the list and narrow it down so you can't fall out of those holes. Yeah, they are for arrows, right? But there could be cases where it's not certain death, where you could actually want to jump down as a quick escape route. But yeah, in this case, it does make sense because you will die, right? And in the tallest stronghold, you will also die, right? If you aren't on the lowest tier, right? So yeah, I will take a little note because we discussed that briefly, and I wanted to tap into the community to see if it's something we wanted to keep or not. All right. Add a small wedge to the side so you can bounce off. Yeah, I guess stuff. Oh, look at this rain of fire. So freaking cool. Looks so freaking cool. Puts everything on fire. Everything on fire. Oh, what shit. Damn, I lost my normal sword. Where's this little... Oh man, it's going up. I'm too slow on this. Too slow. If you need to jump down, then going through the hole, just going to organization is not a big difference. Yeah, I guess. So, I added a note. Let's make them narrow when we have the time. They're not with me, right?
What are you doing, Henrik?
What do you? Are we on the same page? Are we on the same team?
No.
Okay. Hey, damn!
Get him.
Shall I bring my mighty weapon of doom? Let's do it. I'm dying, so
Stand out. Get him, boys. Get him. Oh, God.
Oh, it's fucking Henrik. No!
Damn! Whoop. Aim! Outnumbered. I had to resort to some mighty power. They got me. Damn. Good run, good fight everyone, good fight. Yep. It's good to be the king. When violence doesn't work, use violence. Indeed. Looks like we lost this round, eh? What the hell? Some solo survivor up in tower. Imagine playing a game you literally created. God, that's amazing. Of course, I mean, this is obviously my cup of tea game, right? you know, when there's nothing that could fill the excitement, feeling and experience from the golden gems such as Ultima Line, Star Wars Galaxies, we had to make it happen, right? And this is the result of that. We are feeling those shoes and going beyond, and it's gonna be exciting. Ice Golem. So no, there won't be elemental pets the same way as in the first game. We decided that having additional pets just the same as the other pets we have in the game isn't really what we want for the elementalism. We want the elementalism pets to be special entities, familiar, based on the elements, and they work differently. So you don't command them, they're not standing there. They are attached to you in a form, and you can send them over to a target to be following or being attached to that person. So they're never alone navigating around. God damn it. Where the hell did they go? Where is he hiding? Okay. Okay, it's time to feed the pets. My senses.
You must die for your sins, Henrik.
No.
This is Boink's vision now. Ow.
No. Boink, no.
What the hell?
Don't dare to touch God Emperor.
Please, God Emperor, don't do this to me.
Okay. Hey community, I'm trying to encourage Henrik to reconsider subscription buy from other DS playbase. If you have a suggestion, please. Oh my god. Please go see my comments on the forum. I have a solution for the community and company from Hotline 2 rather than a subscription. Ballista is 10 out of 10, amazing fun. They're really cool, they are really fun to play around with. Absolutely true. His sword play isn't bad. I'm rusty. I need at least one full day to get back on decent levels where I used to be. I'm so out of touch when it comes to dueling. I did it regularly during Combat Beta and then a little bit every now and then, but now I had a too long break and I'm way out of touch. But I think I can get back fairly quickly on a decent level. But killed by Henrik, my life is complete. Yeah, we'll see if we can implement FSR. Should we try break down the main keeper?
Hey Henrik, I thought about it. I think my vision was obscured.
Ah, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
My bad.
Sure, no problem. I mean, you can do exactly what you want when it comes to that. I mean, we appreciate you doing everything. Oh my god, that's a cool spell also. You know, the more things you do and try out, you know, the better for the game, right? Because if you find something seemingly off, broken or unbalanced, now is the time to report those discoveries so we can do what we can to be in as good position as possible. I mean, obviously it's gonna take time to siege down the keep. So we understand if people don't want to commit to all of the different things you can do. But yeah, it's one swing main. Mr. Henrik, how are you? Robase. God damn, Robase. Was a while ago I saw you, right? I'm good. I'm having too much fun in my own game. Starting in yesterday's siege, I felt the adrenaline rush I haven't felt until Ultima Line and even Planet Side. I've got a little golden feeling. If you played Planet Side and you hold a base and you stood there on the wall, you had like 100 people with you, and an enemy came from one side and started to invade you, and you stood there on the wall and shooting like madmen and screaming and running and fighting. I got the exact same cool feeling starting with yesterday's Siege, and it's just lovely. I love it. I have been waiting for that kind of experience and feeling in a game for many years. And this is only on the PTR, guys, so, you know, things doesn't really matter here, right? So imagine even more tension and feeling when this goes live. And of course, everyone will participate, right? So, yeah. Enjoying my time with the community, and it's awesome. I'm so glad to hear it. I love Mortal, it's an amazing game. Thank you very much, and absolutely I agree. What the hell? How did he get so gibbed? Or...
I had last night.
What in the hell? Someone gibbed his head.
What happened here?
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
God, I
whoa.
have no... You have to have the answers for us. What happened to him?
When might this go live? There's a counter on our website, modline2.com. So you can follow the countdown to the release there. And hopefully we don't need to adjust that countdown timer. 15th gimmicky, you missed one day. Why don't you let elementalism shoot propulsion spells from the mount? It's not as fast. Yeah, so tower battles in blind side 1 were unreal. Yep. So one of the old golden rules for elementalism is actually that you have to stay in touch with the root of Earth, and you can't be on a mount. I don't know if that's the exact explanation, but that's one of the elementalism rules. You know, I'm not sure if we should change that rule and what kind of impact it has, and make a special rule that this group can be used on mounts. Maybe it's a good step to do, but right now I don't dare to experiment in what that could lead to, or, you know, spend our coders in making such special rule. Because, yeah, for the obvious reason, right? We are just around the corner to deliver this, one of the biggest important patch for a very long time. And we need to be full focused on making sure we have polished everything we have found to make this release as successful as possible. And then over time, you know, we can always revisit those kind of suggestions and options if that's something suitable that we may do. I think prop could be used on mount, everything else is far too powerful. It's maybe correct, right? This thing is, we may want to bump the propulsion spells a little bit more, because again, if you think about it, they are a little bit, they're slower than an arrow, and also cost some regent mana, but they still do less damage than an arrow on average, a good bow, right? So they still may need some bumps, but we're very careful in doing it. But it could be that it needs some bumps until it feels okay. Now, you know, it's a interesting, viable option in some situations, both in PvP and PvE. So that's why we haven't really, you know, we don't want to start jumping in drastic changes, because obviously if we want to bump the damage a little bit, speed it up a little bit, then maybe it's good as is, and maybe becomes a little bit trickier if it also allows on mounts. And that's a special rule. We try to avoid special rules. So, but yeah, we'll see right after when we have more room to kind of, you know, experiment. I prefer subscription. Yeah, I do see that it's a little bit underperforming the propulsions, and we may need to buff it, like I said, and we may do some careful small nudges until we get it in a good position. I can't say when we are getting breeding, staff magic and those things, because the community will decide in what order. So if you all vote on one of those things, then that will be maybe one of the first thing on the upcoming roadmap. Melee moves, however, I think will be... I think that you may not have to vote on because, you know, combats... We want to expand combat a little bit. We have got a lot of other options. We got a lot of magic. It's time to expand combat a little bit to give more interesting options. And when there's a few things that have become meta and that are hard to break through, like parry blocks, things like that, that the special moves will promote to give you options in terms of that. So yeah, that will be one that most likely is early on, I would say, no matter what vote. Holy shit. The madness. The madness. You don't have to be fat mage to be top mage, you can be skeleton with the same properties. Yeah, we made actually light mage as an option, and not only that, with some schools such as mentalism you will actually benefit a lot from being light, thin and fast, because your blink ability will be much more powerful than if you're a fat mage, and some schools will also rely on other stats, so absolutely will be more variation and options along with some of those schools. Ember is great, but I agree, elementalism projectile spells speed seems a little slow. Yeah, there are real server-based projectile, you know, so it's a little bit cost on the nodes on the server side, and they're synchronized with all the clients, and that means if they go too extreme fast, there is a risk for some desync visually, which obviously give worse experience. Now they are quite accurate, and what you see is what you get. We tried faster projectiles during our testing phases until we could see heavier desync when, you know, the projectile can fly through a lot of static meshes before it kind of collides, stuff like that, that feels and looks worse and worse. So we tried to find a spot where it kind of works pretty good and looks nice. But yeah, there may be a little bit room to tweak some of the numbers. I discovered a Nitro Queen, eh? Yeah, so there will be a combat focus patch, absolutely. That, like I said, I'm not sure if we need to vote for it because we know we need combat, more combat options, because it's both in PvP and PvE, right? And it benefits from everyone that are interested in combat, which is a big portion of our players. Magic and mages are having a blast with all the magic that we implemented, so it's not that we are lacking there anymore that we were before, especially real projectile based magic. Yeah, we may have to do something about mending vapors. Yeah. Will entities use pet points? There will be limitations. You can't combine, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can't combine entities with pets because that combination will be a little bit tricky to balance. So one will, oh my god, one will expel the other option. Look at these bolts. Bam! And this siege has aged you, Henrik. Whoa! Did he split that? What was it? It was a player. Aged you? War will do that to a man, I suppose. What? You know, are you talking about my gray hair that gets highlighted on my white screen? If I turn that down, I don't. You will see that I'm not that age. I'm not that old that you may think. I got a few gray hairs. You know, you usually get that when you're 40, right? So need to embrace that. Whoa! Whoa! What in the hell's earth is going on? Mentalism school should be next. Staff magic is widely popular as one option. So the question is, which school would win between mentalism, staff magic? We have harmonism, quite popular also, to what I've heard. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna present 3 or 4, I think, that are suitable. That should be somewhat common, so we don't add rares. And then we will see what the community says, right? Oh my god, I need to... Hey! Poor bastard died. Oh! Damn! Bastard! 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 Wow! That's an efficient way of killing a little swarm of spiders. Bam goes the bandit. Seals was a magic school mentioned also. I think it's symbolism, right? You're referring to symbolism. What's harmonism? That is like our bard school, where you use instruments to make magical stuff. Yep. Whoa! Whoa! You can please check my salutation on the forum on feedback and suggestion when you have time. I try to take a look every now and then when we have a moment, just to see what's going on, what is people talking about, and suggestions, feedback, whatsoever. And I assume you're referring to the payments subscription model setup. We had a lot of long discussions about the business model behind the payments, and where the majority of the community that knows what we're trying to do and follow the game development support that, which makes us extremely happy and excited for the future, because it usually comes down to 2 things, right? How do you make money for you know, creating these games? And if you look at the market today, where there are quite successful payment models are so-called free-to-play, and that is a mass audience, casual young audience that are jumping in free-to-play games. The downside with those are you need to lock content, you need to make pay to win, you need to make fluffy stuff, rainbow stuff, expansion stuff that are all locked behind microtransactions. And that's a sneaky way of doing it. It's very powerful. You pay a few dollars every now and then, it feels like it's nothing, so you do it more and more. And if you want to compete on a normal level, you need to spend hundreds of dollars every month. And those that want to be gods pay a few thousands, and then they're god in the game. Every single of those different options that are so-called free-to-play, it always comes to a penalty for the players. And this is the key word. You, the player, get a worse experience in some different ways depending on these different options, in most cases. And that is something that makes me sad, because I have faith in these types of game where you, the player, have 100% control, fair game for everyone else, same abilities for everyone, and what you discover, what you find, you decide the fate of it, you offer those services to players. You can create a unique dyed cape that looks insanely unique, and you can create hairstyles for your friends and sell that. You pick the price, you are determining everything. Everything is player made. And everyone can access everything. You don't have to keep paying to access this and that and that. So there's so many downsides with those models, sadly. But we also understand that, you know, obviously a lot of people coming from those games that are used to play free to play and maybe haven't played a lot of these games because and they don't have the comparison And when we have discussion to a lot of those people, after a while they start to think, maybe it makes sense. It's actually true that I have to sacrifice that, and that actually sounds worse. It sounds more boring, and it actually makes sense. I pay less average per month compared to all those games, and I can be the best in the game, and I can be rewarded, I can find, I can discover, I can do everything just as everyone else. So it's always pointed that this game is made for and most suitable, and the players are most rewarded if we have a subscription-based model. So that is our dream and vision, right? And that's how we built and developed the game. Well, like I said, you know, if holy shit, if you know, if players don't want to support that, then maybe, you know, it's time to look over that again. But when we had these discussions, every time our community have backed us up and say, you know, taking a beer and a donut and having all that content and experience rather than sacrificing for those different options is way worth it. And you spend more money in free-to-play games if you want to be on a competitive level. That's just how it is. So you see, and we had that discussion so many times with the community, and the community always back us up in this choice. But like I said, we're always open to have these discussions and see, you know, what's most suitable for the game. I want to protect the game. I want to protect the players so they have the best unique possible experience in their life without sacrificing anything. That's what I want to offer. And then obviously, is that correct? Does player want to support it? Do they want to have it that way? That's the next question, right? So yeah, that's my short response on it, without obviously having reading all of the stuff in the forums in regards of this, if there's any new stuff. So what happens if I bought the game but don't pay the subscription? I can't play. So there's a free month when we release the game on Epic Game platform. After that free month, that's when subscription is required to have an active account. And that's all you need. You will get all the features, expansion, everything for free at all times. You just need to have an active subscription. Just like World of Warcraft, just like EVE Online, just that we have a little bit lower subscription fee. So our dream is not to have to sacrifice game experience and punish players by free-to-play, pay-to-win crap, which is one of the, you know, downsides with going free-to-play. Should we have the free-to-play trial? So we do plan to add Haven as free-to-play. That makes sense. We can support that. And that's a good way to get those that are unsure.
Oh no, he did.
Oh my god. Holy shit. To get players interested in the game. To try the game for free as much as they want on Haven, right? And whenever they feel ready to commit, want to play the game for real, that's when they go to Milan and commit with a payment, right? Damn, we need to work on these collisions. Looks like... I wonder if we are missing collision or damage here when they go back here. I wonder how far they go. So this is a good find. Obviously the collision is... yeah. See? The collision here is off. So this is a good find.
Henrik,
oh, thank you, thank you. What the hell? Yeah. Damn it! So yeah, that's a little bit about that topic. Dark and Darker could be gone in a week, month, or whatever, if the lawsuit doesn't go in their favor. 15 every month? No. I mean, if you play a competitive MMO and you want to be competitive and it's a free to play, you have to pay way more than 15 a month. You understand that part, right? It's how it works. I played a lot of games, including free to play games, and I paid my money to try to be up there as well. And I get sad inside because I have to pay a lot of money to be there. I want to pay a fee and I want to be the best I can without having to pay more. But yeah, you know, I fully understand the different points of view and preferences, right? And we also need to rely on a constant upkeep. We have salaries, we have servers, staff members. We need to pay them monthly, right? Because to buy something, then not be able to play at all if we don't pay sub turns people off. I think MO1 did the right thing. I just don't think the timers were ready for it. But the free to play would do well now, and I think most people would agree. A lot of people also, you know, are against free to play for various reasons, and also if they can play the game for free. We are also inviting a lot of crap players that shouldn't be playing the game for free to try out a lot of crap. We don't want them to try out crap for free. We are limiting a lot of that crap experience by also having payment solution, if you know what I mean. People love money on things more transient than a game sub. Then act like a game don't deserve to be supported. Rather give up my Netflix than game sub. Though I'm not broke and I don't need to choose. A lot of people pay a lot of services like that, right? Netflix, HBO, Prime, Spotify. What else do people have? I mean, if you count that list, it's quickly quite farther. I even had a few ones that I didn't even use at all, so I had to cancel some of them. So yeah, I mean, it's not that it's a completely out of date business model. It's there for a reason, and I think that a game can give a better gaming experience without having to sacrifice anything. No pay to win. I do agree, Joan Mo. The combat in Dark and Darker does look quite horrible compared to Mortal 9, but again, it's the gameplay, right, feeling that obviously is number one when it comes to the results. But it looks awful playing against some of the mobs and fighting, but yeah, you know. I actually haven't had time to try it out, but people obviously loves the game and it's fun. A very fun feature and concept, and it's a feature that will be in Mortal 9 eventually, depending on how people vote, obviously. Matter, there will be absolutely packages, so if you know you're gonna play Mortal 9, there will be a package with a decent discount for sure. I play a free to play MMO and I don't have to pay any money. Yeah, there are many free-to-play MMO games, and yep, that's true. You don't have to pay money in most of those games if you wanna fiddle around as a newbie and go through the newbie steps. But as soon as you wanna play it for real, compete, do something strong, and eventually hit a wall, paywall. You know, the terms, it's the common thing, right? Everything goes quick, fast, expansion, you get hooked, and then you hit a paywall. That's where you need to start paying the game, and slowly but steady you will get into that wall, or you will get bored of the game because you're not evolving, you're not getting into the juice anymore. That's how those games are designed, right? And that paywall can become insanely ridiculous. What was it with Diablo Immortal? Didn't people pay millions to be top tier? Which is scary stuff. DLC. Yeah, DLC, you know, are we talking about cool gear stuff, fluffy stuff, or are we talking about new dungeons, lands, and areas? You know, I fully understand those components as well, and if you make a game designed to that, you know, that could work. But the thing is, those things are something that you should learn, discover, and you decide. And everyone should be able to access the entire world. You shouldn't have to pay money to access the next continent. Again, I want to protect the game and the players away from these damaging systems that at first may sound very attractive. Wow, it's free and I enjoy it. And then bam, you hit the wall. And everyone else go to the next continent and say, you have to pay that one. Okay, I paid it. No, you have to pay that as well because your X is out. And okay, I pay that. And now I look shit. I don't want to look like shit, so I pay that. I want to be able to choose between these things because my guild have it. Now I need to pay that. Everything is bought instead of player development. Do you see what I mean? Maybe I'm old-fashioned here. I want to protect the game and the players, like I said a few times, right? Do you have a plan on having arenas, or what type of style play that do you offer? Certivo, yeah, we got that question many times. So a few years ago, I explained a feature that would be in the game whenever the players want it, and it's pretty much exactly Dark and Darker. It's in the design since 2005, and I was surprised and quite happy to see someone made that concept, and a lot of people enjoyed it, because that obviously gave us proof that that can be a good system to implement sooner rather than later. I didn't have a clue how popular that would be until we saw some trace of that game and how player reacted, right? So we will have that presented on our community interaction. So if you pick that option, that will be in the game earlier rather than later. So absolutely, we plan to have the arena system where you can sign up and betting matches, win titles and such, but we also have a dimension port way where you can bring your friends and there's an opponent group with the same amount of friends. You go in this dungeon or area dimension that can vary a lot. There are threats in here, traps, treasures, rewards, and you need to face each other to get out as a survivor. So only one team can get out with all the rewards. Dark and Darker. If there were actually bug fixes, optimization, etc., might be worth the content. A little bit sad to hear that, because if you look at our patch notes, 90% is actual bug fixes, and a lot of them have been optimization. And we actually have the best performance with the detail of level and most players on the screen than any MMO currently. And we haven't fully optimized the game yet. So I think that is a little bit wrong. That's my interpretation when comparing to how the game actually performs and reality, and compared to other games in the same category. I think you're off, but that's what I'm thinking. Caswin, I think you're wrong with that statement. I mean, what game can you run around with 400 people in the game? Network isn't lagging at all. Yes, your FPS is struggling, obviously. 400 people with the highest, best looking character in any MMO currently, and you're fighting, you know, that's extremely impressive. I've never played a MMO with those numbers, with this detail of level in a fantasy game. You know, show me that game. We're not done with optimization. I play a free-to-play MMO at competitive level, and I don't have to pay for anything. What game is that? Amuli. What game is that? First month of Diablo Immortal, people were paying $50,000. That is insane. What the hell happened to the game? What kind of game do you need to spend those kind of money to fully enjoy it and be supreme? That's crazy. What the hell is that? I wouldn't even call it a game. I would call it a very strange project that want to see how much money you can pay to be the cool guy or something. I don't know. What happens if your game dies? I won't let it die. I've been working on Mortal 9 for 16 years and I'm not the guy that quits or give up, and I will find a way and I will make it happen. And this time we are on a very good path to break through finally. When we've had thousands of people saying so many times, if you just get this right, if you just polish that and can handle that, it's going to be one of the best MMO game ever. And I strongly believe they're correct, and we will make that happen. Buy, get 1 month for free, then skill or cap at 70. We will adapt to our free-to-play on Haven. That's the first natural step. That kind of makes sense. We can support that, and we can also make sure that the Haven free access doesn't really affect the real world in a negative way or risk it in a negative way. And then we will see, right, what is required for us to move forward. Destiny 2 is massively content locked. I mean, those games were designed to be content locked, right? So they can get their money. That's why they're free, and they lure in a nice way. Been here 2 years. If you think about it, very little has been added and almost no bugs have been fixed. We just found out people were duping gold. So again, you're quite wrong. It's insanity to say that very little has been added and almost no bugs have been fixed. If you just go to the patch notes, you are proving yourself wrong. So Caswin, that is ridiculous to write because it's completely wrong. And everyone in here knows it and understands it. So if you want people to take you a little bit seriously and you want to have a meaningful conversation and add feedback, read up on the game before you do it, okay? There's a lot of problems and issues over the year, and we are very open, transparent around that, but at least we need to be following the facts and truth, right? Or it just waste our time, right? Kind of like Hellgates? Yeah. A little bit like Hellgates, yes. Yeah, the game haven't been out for 2 years, that's true also. Streams Ultima Line. No, man. Mortal replaces Ultima Line for me. So, no reason to go back to that old nostalgic golden gem when we have a new gem in the makings that are a little bit more modern and ready for everyone over time. Well, Lex, you better finish that Baldur's Gate 3 before TC is going live. Amuli, I mean, I'm not saying that free-to-play models are wrong or bad. They're actually extremely successful. But when I'm talking as a player point of view, I hate free-to-play games. I would 100 times pick my dream game without any interference, any restrictions, and pay a small subscription fee and know I'm getting all that and never have to worry about anything else. But that's obviously me personally. I would 1,000 times pick that above any free-to-play. I played a lot of games, including free-to-play games, and I don't like free-to-play games because of how to restrict the gaming experience. And I notice I'm not alone with this experience and feeling, and I'm happy about that. But like I said, if we don't have enough players to support the game, then, you know, obviously we need to look into what is required, right? So I'm not saying, you know, anything else than we dream to offer a game without any penalty for the players. And if we can do that, we are extremely happy, because this is the game and how we would like to play this type of game. We also, you know, there's usually also a little quality check. If you have to commit to a game, pay a little bit money, it actually washes out a lot of crap and assholes, which is quite a big impact, because this is a game where we want to have as high quality as possible, because you can do almost anything in this game, if that makes sense. So it's actually also quite beneficial for the game and the players if there's a little wall to get into the game, so we don't get total crap in mass numbers. Does that make sense? We got a lot of crap when we went free to play in Mortal 1. We got a lot of crap, which was almost unbearable. Who is this grumbling? I don't have him in my chat. I thought someone was talking about another game I haven't heard about first. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's been a lot of bug fixes, to be honest. The pets are way less janky than they used to be. They fixed players warping in from out of nowhere, running with no armor. I mean, the list of bug fixing is the majority of all our patches, and we had a lot of patches since release, right? So that's just ridiculous to say any different. I mean, like I said, we are still polishing and working on those bugs, and we are getting very close to have finally crunched through that red line bad bugs that have been haunting the game for quite a while. And it's awesome to, you know, reach that first step of having those removed from the game. There are still minor things that obviously should be fixed, right? Honestly, for a game like Model 2, I'm impressed with how the game works, and this is before Unreal 5. Yeah, there's some obviously good and important updates that comes with Unreal 5 also. Never played an MMORPG with these many players and these epic graphics. Yeah, because there are none currently, right? That's the thing. And we spend a lot of time to make sure that we can render hundreds of players in very high detail of level, very high real trace combat system with multiple body parts, magic arrows, you know, different types of weapon tracing, mounted combat, all kind of stuff. And it works extremely well. No network issues in large scale battles with 450 players, which is our current record, other than a severe hit on FPS, which was expected at those numbers, and you won't surpass those numbers in any game today without having 1 FPS. So it's in a pretty good state, and it will get better when we have all the optimization steps done. At 5 FPS, lol. How the hell do they get 5 FPS? They have a computer from 1986 or something. If you have 5 FPS, you have something wrong. That's for sure. That's strange. Yeah, the game will perform very oddly and maybe buggy if you play the game at 5 FPS cast win. So that explains things. If you're playing this game with 5 FPS, physics calculation can't function. That's why you have bugs, probably. So yeah, if that's the case, you know, the game may not be playable for you. That's just the sad truth, right? Yeah, EVE Online is very, very different. It has a very impressive large-scale battles, right? But if you imagine how that works function-wise compared to this, that's why I always add similar settings with high fidelity. in terms of, I mean, when you make a spaceship, there's almost no skeleton mesh, there's no moving parts, there's no traces, and it's also number crunching combat. You scale out, you see a dot on the screen, and you shoot, and it's number crunching on the backside that says, are you gonna take damage, are you gonna shoot, or activating things. No real-time combat, no traces, no polygons almost to render. It's just a beautiful space, right? So it's a brilliant situation to have very impressive numbers without having to have anything that costs, which is really amazing, right? So obviously competing with that, comparing with these kind of functions, is comparing apples and cars. But yeah, they have impressive war scales, absolutely. I play that quite a lot over the years also. It's a good game. We have a paywall, that's true, Kiwi, and that is to flesh out the crap and cheaters, and we will have gamers that know what they want to play in a more polished gaming experience. So that there's a reason for that also, that the game benefits from, right? We don't need a few million players to be, you know, successful, or 100,000 players initially, like all giants require to pay for their developments. We will be extremely successful with only a few thousand, which is, you know, you very quickly goes into the thousands, right? So it's the whole picture to consider as well. Yeah, I played WoW and I have worse FPS in that game. It's not optimal in the same way. It's not optimized for large-scale battles. It's not even developed to support something like that in the same way. It's you know, developed to be raids, dungeons, and walk into cities, and a lot of instancing. So yeah, it's apples and orange, I would say. It's closer than EVE Online, but still not really the same thing. Yeah, Caswin, I think he's upset or don't like the game and wanna make us not like the game, or I don't know. I can't even guess what. But yeah, it's a little bit. And Scumling, I don't see. I don't think I have him in the chat, so I'm not sure. Sounds like he's also arguing against stuff that people don't agree with. But yeah, obviously it's gonna be interesting, right, to see the development and progression. Like I said, I'm not the guy that gives up when we get struggles and such. We will adapt and move forward and make sure we put Borderline 2 on the world map, and we will make it happen with your support. That is absolutely something that's gonna happen. Unreal 5 have improved certain areas when it comes to how the engine functions. So we will obviously utilize that as much as possible. We will utilize nanites as much as possible where it makes sense. And so we're working a lot to optimize in all those areas where it makes sense to support our game in a better way. And one of the big things is obviously you're going to notice overall better FPS. You're going to notice a much smoother transitioning in the world when we do level and world streaming. That's where we win a lot for this game, because that's something that obviously affects everyone heavily, no matter what kind of computer you have. So that's one of the big things that we are excited for. And then of course, slapping on lumens and such is just a very nice push when it comes to the visuals to make sure the game looks even better. What the hell is going on now? Spider invasion. Scumling, is he Ogmir? Is that the guy we're talking about? Then I understand why the hostility in the chat. I mean, Is there an 8 on both? No, we will have both on the community interaction to see where people want it, how many want it, just to see where it fits in our upcoming roadmaps. It's a very large system, so it's gonna take quite some time to fully develop. So it fully depends on, do we see a lot of interest in that feature now? Then we will obviously prioritize the upcoming roadmaps to make sure it's early in development. Let's see how excited you are about your game. Live project, it's awesome. Thank you, Xeno. And yeah, absolutely. It feels like my baby and live project. This is my mark in the world, pretty much. But it's also a nature of humor, right? A lot of people here are obviously passionate about the game, even though that sounds hostile. And the thing is, oh man, you haven't fixed this bug forever, and then when the patch comes, maybe fix that and 100 other things. Obviously, we don't say, oh, finally, it's fixed. It's more like, oh man, this other bug, then you haven't fixed that. It's, always, and eventually it goes down to something silly or quality of life or even suggestion on balance or something. So it's understandable that there's always room for improvement, right? It can never be perfect, especially in a such complex dynamic game like Mortal Online. But obviously we want to make sure that there's no critical game interference issues that completely put people off. That's number one, right? We have done the giveaway, Mater. We have done the giveaway today. Games nowadays are more casinos than games, unfortunately. It's awful for us players and also for our kids gamers to be. Xena, 100%. I think you nailed it on that one. That's exactly what I'm feeling. When I'm looking for a cool new game, or I've been following game, I'm a little bit excited about that, and as soon as I start playing it, I see that today companies wanna use that common business model that are designed to be psychology, brain rewarding juice, that are just designed to be one thing, make you pay as much as possible, and they don't prioritize the gaming experience. They want to make sure they make a really good game, obviously, so people want to put up with it and enjoy it, but they really need to start paying constantly. Even Battlefield games, those shooters games that were supposed to, you buy them and you have fun, and they last for a few years and they have to do something new. They're doing seasons, right? That's the new invention. Not new anymore. So now all games going into seasons, right? You pay for a new season, you pay for a new season. Like a subscription, right? To disguise it and find new ways, clever ways to reward your brain and give you some rainbows, and in return you give them some dollars. I 100% agree. It feels more like a casino. You have to pay all the time, and the game is completely wrecked if you really, truly analyze it and compare to what games used to be in comparison. And that's what we're trying to keep alive and show the world and developers that, look, hopefully we can make cool game that respect the game and the players. We can fully enjoy them without having to be locked constantly. I, as a hardcore gamer, would be looking brightly on the future if this can be a growing thing to respect the game and players. That's what I would like to see as a player, gamer. I'd rather pay monthly. Sub is best. Haven't had any guys why you Star Wars Galaxy Dark Colors were not free to play, and they are still the best MMO. That's a very good point also. They're still one of the most famous, very solid, good games, right? And they respect the players by, this is the cost and you get everything. And obviously that's some of the roots that we're coming from here, and a lot of people are coming from. And yeah, that's obviously what we try to do in Mortal Online 2 as well. Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, pop, boom! Holy shit! Holy shit, we're getting some stuff spawning in here. Oh! Oh! Better go in here. Look at this bloody bed. What the hell happened here?
Look out!
What the?
Look out!
I've been willing to pay right now to get a new house model. Can even be same layout, it just makes it look different. So we could do two things here, right? Our original plan is to give more and more style variation, more different styles, clade inspired, and over time you can explore and learn to build all of this and discover it. Or we could go the cheap pay to win, pay to get microtransaction, so you pay money for all of this instead, so no one else can get it other than those that pay. What does that mean? It means we sacrifice gaming experience. Everyone can't do the same thing anymore because we have to pay for it. Again, I can see where that is attractive and, you know, could be a beneficial funding situation. But do we want to go that route? Do we want to sacrifice game experience over that? Is that what the majority wants these days? That's the question. Hi Henrik, been playing since release. Truly impressive what you have achieved in terms of stability in large-scale battles. However, I'm still worried about server capacity so far when we have come across close to 2k players that have quickly become unstable. What Prop TV, a very valid concern, and I've responded on that on the last 6, 7, 8 streams a few times. And I think it's time to do it again because it's a very important question that is absolutely important, right? So first thing off, we have been beyond 2k several times. We see less on the Steam chart than we actually have, so you can slap on a few additional hundreds when it comes to current population in game. The second part is we have a node crash that happens on live regularly, a few times a week, and we have a backup system that reboots that nodes. That backup node system goes foobar after a certain amount, and when that happens, the entire server entirely crashes eventually. So that's why we have a few reboots every now and then to make sure we have enough backup systems to handle it. The more players we have online, the more frequent this crash occurs because it's a loop that happens the more players are doing certain things. So as soon as we are around 2,000 players, this loop happens more frequently and eventually leads to another node crash. But it can happen anytime at the day and it's not super frequent, but it happens every now and then. Sometimes you experience that by having a disconnect and you log in again and it's usually as normal. So that means that if we look at the performance on the server capacity, what happens on calculation and what it handles and calculates, there's extremely little load. We're not close to any stress, any load capacity or anything like that. That's not the problem here. The problem is the frequency of a bug happens in a node, and the more players doing that frequently, the more frequent the node crash. So hopefully it makes sense what I'm trying to explain. So it doesn't mean that we have a certain number that we hit the roof and everything explodes. So it's not at all related to player capacity or stress. So I want to make that clear. We are running on a rock stable 1 to 2 millisecond responses in all calculation, even with 2,000 players, and that is insane. That means we're not close to any capacity limitation whatsoever. And over the past year, we have added several huge steps in raw optimization in performance also. And we don't even know the exact capacity currently. We are calculating data because it's not until now we have the final steps on the network optimization so we can get more accurate data how that scales. Because the thing is, in our old system, things scaled like little player cost almost nothing, and then as soon as you got a few hundred in a battle, it's very quickly got very steep in calculations. Our new system is a bit the opposite. It has a little higher base cost, but it scales extremely efficiently. So even if you slap in another 500 players that scale is very manageable. So that's the large scale capacity optimization we have done. We have fixed the node crash that I'm referring to that happens live. The latest one even happened a few hours ago. That's fixed and confirmed so far. It's on PTR. So as soon as we go live with TC, all this goes into play. The capacity, the node fixes, and also the backup system Sebastian fixed yesterday even. So the backup system don't have a limitation anymore. After a few amount, it goes foobar. It can now do it 1,000 times without having to reboot in that situation. So very exciting and important milestones have been reached with PTR3. So yeah, very exciting. I hope it makes sense what I try to explain with your question and that it makes sense. And yeah, very valid question, because I would understand, you know, see a lot of stress, a node goes down because it happened more frequently. It makes sense, right, to draw that conclusion. But it's actually not due to stress on the servers or that any cap have been reached and it exposed due to that. Yeah, I played Elite Dangerous quite a bit. I played EVE Online, right? And then I heard about Elite Dangerous, where that gives me the freedom of manual control, which was one of the things I was missing from EVE Online. I always thought, wonder how that could be. And obviously that's what you get in Elite Dangerous. So pretty cool. I enjoyed it quite a bit. A decent game, I have to say. Looks good indeed. Tried it in VR as well. A pretty cool experience. Sit in the cockpit with VR. Yeah, a nice space game. We had around 260 players during the siege, so we're not breaking any records than we have before. But what's important is see our multi-threading on the calculation on when players are in one zone, and that is much more efficient than we had when we did our last record with 450 players on the live server. So very promising performance-wise. And I'm sure we will break our old record when TC go live. Parallel stream, he was having a lot of lag during today's testing. Are you looking into? Do you mean the freezes? If that's the case, then we are fully aware. I also get them. Strangely, I didn't get them at all yesterday. Now when I'm streaming, I'm getting them. But our guys have been monitoring exactly that since the reports, and they found a few very huge parts that make a huge optimization. So it could be that we have a much greatly improved or even solved. We're gonna deploy that patch as soon as possible to confirm where we stand. So that's not server lag, that is client stutter, client freezes, right? So that's different from lag. So lag is the server network, if there's any delay there, but we don't have a single spike on any stress or load on the network or server. So just looking at capacity, it's going to be very exciting to see how far we can scale it. Yeah, there's always this huge misunderstanding, or I don't know, how it works when people think we have 1,000 or 2,000 players, and that's all the players we have. If we had 1,000 to 2,000 players, we would have approximately 50, 80, 100 players online at any given time, if they're spread out during the hours, which obviously, one server, we have all time zones. So obviously we have several thousand players to reach around everything from 1,000 to 2,000 players concurrent, depending on the hours on the day. Henrik, were you playing yesterday out of stream on PTR? On the walls, it was you. Yes, Nightmare. I was playing yesterday. I had a wonderful, exciting time. I was playing on the defender side, so 1 loss and 1 win. It was awesome. I recorded a lot when I wasn't streaming, right? So I was recording a lot. So I have a lot of really cool content and footage. And I saw some of you guys also made some videos on that event, which looks just pure gold. Riding bears you will be able to do eventually. What the hell is happening here? I missed that one. AFK in Immortal is dangerous. Yeah, we're covering a few creatures every now and then when we have time, when we have free animator manpower. So you will see more over time, absolutely. We have a few new ones since the horse, and where it can be 2 on a horse. We have the terror bird, right? We have pigs, wolves, and we will have more to come. Season battle passes, indeed. Indeed. As someone who grew up on the 90s and early 2000 games, I can't say how happy I am to say that. I love this game. It's the most promising game I've played in modern time. Preach. Thank you a lot, Dunder Crook, and it makes me happy to hear, like I said, that we have a lot of people finding the game, that are already aboard on the game, following the game, playing the game, that are strongly on that position as well. And that makes me, as a pure gamer, very excited for the future, because I'm really hoping that we can, you know, protect the game and the players, offer the best freaking game ever in this category. And yeah, just keep on expanding, growing, and make the game even better. There will be something for everyone eventually. If you don't like the combat, if you don't like the magic, there will be something else. You may like the crafting instead, trading, interactions. If you don't like that, there may be table games. You can play poker and Texas Hold'em. Eventually, blackjack. You know, eventually we will have ships, boat systems, sail the seas. There will be something for everyone. Who is this scumling everyone talking to? It sounds like he's fighting you. Maybe a banned player. It's quite common. No, please don't go mainstream. No. Let's see, am I quite behind now here? Somehow is a good thing. You know, I'm afraid to see that there's so many developers that only do free-to-play crap, pay to win, because I don't like that kind of gaming experience, and it's so much sacrifice. And it makes me sad not to see and find a game I can be a little bit passionate about and enjoy by just paying for it. So it warms my heart to see that more people think the same way and want the same thing, right? And I really hope that we have enough to cover that vision and dream, right? Do you have naked mode on? I'm not sure if I have that on or not. 50 months is less than 1 launch for me. It helps with those that have mass accounts all over. It helps pay devs. It's no question better than other alternatives because reality is nothing is free in life. Yeah. Personally, I paid a subscription, but I want to ride my bears. The bears will be rideable eventually. I can't say when though. But yeah, a lot. Majority of all the creatures will be mountable. So many people seems to be upset about scummling. Sounds like a chat battle or something. Yeah, maybe it was banned. That's a common thing when you wanna hate on make you heard. It's a common thing when someone get banned. It's not that they can take the ban and you know, accept they made a break the rules and move on. If they don't like the game, you usually also move on. But some people can't take it. They wanna express their furious anger and hope that people will, I don't know, consolidate them and I don't know, make them heard or something. Yeah, we don't plan to do additional PTRs. This one gonna run for a bit more until we have covered everything we need. We have everything under control. Now, when GMs spawn in stuff, you see them warp very quickly. That doesn't mean that someone is speed hacking. When GMs do these events, you will see people floating in air and warping and all kind of strange things. Holy shit, I was way behind the chat. Holy shit, sorry guys, I thought I was at the button. Let me jump down and then a final look before I think it's time for me. New heavy armor. So there will be an option on the community interaction. Do we want new armor sets or do we want new weapon sets? That's going to be one of the options content-wise. So if the majority want new, specifically heavy armors, then that will be higher on the prioritized order. So you guys will determine that actually. Henrik, I was wondering if there are any updates on the breeding system. No update other than the community interaction. The breeding will be on that list. Hopefully you guys will make that list easy for us to create the upcoming roadmap, which means that we clearly see these are the features people want first. So we will see. And we're getting closer to that interaction. We will promote the game now and then with a free weekend. So it's this double-edged sword where if we spend marketing money now on marketing the game, obviously we get, you know, the opportunity to have new players joining in, which is obviously good for growth in the game. One of the things that scares me a little bit is that we know, because we have identified one of the biggest issues where a new player simply drop out from the game. We want to have that minimized before we spend money on marketing and really hit, you know, pushing players into the game again. because then we know that it's more value in return for the marketing, because it's a much higher chance that these new players actually become a player, long-term player. So that is one of the things why, you know, we want new players, we want more players, but we also know that we can get additional negative reviews on Steam and some burned player because they picked the wrong city. They walked into some murderers and they didn't have a chance to get into the game and introduced to the game, and we may lose unnecessary players. Do you see what I mean? So that's why we decided that, you know, TC, everyone that knows about the game demand and want and need TC, right? That's a no-brainer. We all know that. But for us to open up the gates again, to be ready for more players and make new players have a very good chance to become a long-term player, we need the Epic patch, because the Epic patch includes security, a better Haven experience, and a better new player experience. That's when we want to hit marketing again and do everything we can. We have influencers on standby, just like during the stress test, to make sure the game goes more viral again and getting awareness and attention across the world, and hopefully we get a good flow of additional new players to grow over time. So I hope that makes sense. At the band Tatsua, I mean, you know, I've said that, you know, he's in noob areas, killing noobs. That's not going to be possible anymore with the new security system in place, because of the obvious reasons, right? Even himself says that you don't have TC, lack of other fights, being bored. He may kill some noobs, he may teach some new noobs, whatever, right? And we can't let the fate of the new players be based on Tetsuya's mood or anyone else's mood for the matter, right? So that's why the Epic Game patch is very important for new player iteration and experience, and, you know, make sure that they become players. I mean, there could be a player that feel, ah, shit, this is not for me because it's so harsh so quickly. But if he was investing time learning the depth, see, holy shit, there's much more to it, and then embracing the death and loss more manageable, and, you know, going past that and becoming a real player. So if we can't get them to invest and learn the game, it's a high chance for them to quit if they get a very poor experience, right? But if we make sure that they get some of the depth before they can make the decision, there's a huge impact on, you know, new player staying in the game. So that's why we focus on Haven and the whole starting experience, and when they leave Haven is also very vital. Everyone handled Haven without any problems because it's, you know, straightforward. But as soon as they leave, it's a huge lottery what city they pick and what they do next, where they head out, who they run into. And that's where we are jumping in and making sure that that transition is much better. Holy shit, I was streaming way much longer than I anticipated today. And I have a long day tomorrow as well. I have some important surprises to add in the TC patch. So that I know you're gonna like a lot. So I think this is my queue. Almost 5 hours. Holy shit. Yeah, it's really time. All right. We are done today, I think. Surprises, you say? Yeah, you know, we want to add a little bit of candy, right? A little bit of candy, right? So there's something that you don't know of until TC hits. Always fun and exciting for, obviously, everyone to enjoy. So we have some good stuff. Some treat for you with the TC patch. Yes, territory control plan for next week. Tusen tack, ha en fin kväll. Kärlek och respekt. Thank you, Dundercrook. Thank you very much. So yeah, exciting about that. So I need to be a little bit fresh in my brain for tomorrow's work to cover that. Can you give us an idea on mode 2 breeding system? There's a few things we need to change in the breeding system. That is to make sure that you don't create the one mount to rule them all. We want to make sure there's still a high value in going out being a tamer, but also a value being a breeder. So we want to find a fine line there where there are some good value for both, if that makes sense. The short version. Yeah, the 2 groups for elementalism is also included in the TC patch. Alright, Acer TV, alright, Acer. I'm waiting on my pizza as well. Thanks for a great birthday, Henrik. It was a wonderful time playing with you and the community. Thank you very much, Laura Niran. Is it your birthday today? How old are you today? Or how young? Lollipop say. Right, let's take a look on. Do we have anyone streaming today? Hey, let's take a look. We do. Let's do the. What the hell is that sound? Whoops.
This is real.
Okay, let's do the classic. I'm too tired to think, and I think we have rated most people by now that is streaming. So let me do a little quick poll. Where the hell is it? There. All right, 1 minute, quick vote, and we will do the raid. A quick raidy. Getting a little tired. Getting a little bit tired here. Did a mental heal get buffed to compensate for not being able to stack it anymore? Yes. So the duration was a bit shorter. The heal effect got doubled. We're still getting feedback on all the spells updates that was also tweaked and based on the previous test. So we will see if there's any additional we wanna tweak. We'll be live in the lead. Old Greg just behind. Time to vote now, guys. 10 seconds. Where's the vote? There's a vote in the chat. We'll be live 1 this raid. Alright. It's time, guys. Let's do the raid. I'm gonna get some food and sleep, and we'll add some cool secrets to Mortal for TC patch. Again, I wanna thank you all for participating. Thank you all for your questions. Thank you all for donations, subscriptions, and thank you a lot for participating in PTR, in our sieges and madness, and reporting things you discover. It's extremely helpful to make the game better, and together we will make the best sandbox MMO ever made in the world. Alright, let's go and pay a visit to We'll Be Live, eh? Or do you have the raid? Alright, thank you all and have a wonderful evening. Let's see. Raid is starting. Good old Will. Yeah, really nice player. Fairly new, but getting into it for sure. Awesome guy. So pay my visits, some support, and follow and all that. And I will see you on the next stream. Goodbye and good night.